Tools. Output timer. The recording timer. Well, according to this, we've only been at this at 30 minutes. Yay. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Where's the? Is it just? It's not showing the darn full thing. Oh, ow! That snap crackle pop was my joints. Ow. uh, let's see. Okay. That's why I drew them first. Why I drew Hue and Cry first is basically because they're the easiest to draw. Hue is just basically Hue. He's got the robe, and Cry. He's just a little lumpkin.
Yeah.
And it's sticking. He's actually, at this point, he hadn't been named Cry. He was still named Rubbin.
Rubbin.
I finally figured out it's pronounced Rubbin, not Reuben, because of the way it says.
Now it sounds like something something that they got by rubbing just, uh, a lump of chalk on a piece of parchment or something.
Apply directly to the forehead.
Whack. How do you figure that? I bet all those Hollywood actors have a lot of fun doing voices for the animated pictures.
Depends.
I suppose some of them, some of them probably didn't enjoy it, but I'm saying in general, it's got to be a hoot. I remember seeing when the Swan Princess came out. They had these little clips of John Cleese at a microphone, pulling all these ridiculous faces. They say, and in between the captions were, "We paid this highly trained Hollywood actor to act like a frog," and then it clipped over to the frog character from the movie.
Yeah, boy.
Just uh, it was a very minor movie that came out in the '90s. It was an animated. It was basically an animated retelling of Swan Lake with a better ending, happier ending, but of course. But yeah. All the movies that come and go, all the fads and big sensations. and you make a reference, and everybody stares at you blankly like they never heard of it before. Make you feel like you're 1,000 years old on a different planet. They got this one. They got this one. There's this one girl on YouTube, lady, I should say. She's a married woman. And but I look at her and she look to me. She looks like she's like 15, and her thing is she does is millennial movie night, where she watches a classic Hollywood movie for the first time. And apparently there's a lot of movies that you'd think were a universal thing that she'd never seen before. Like last one I saw was Willy Wonka, the original one with uh,
What's it? What? It's,
Gene
you
Wilder.
know the one you're talking about.
Gene Wilder,
Yeah.
and she'd never seen uh, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. You know, she'd never seen Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory. She'd never seen uh, 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 the Wizard of Oz.
What?
How did she manage to grow up without seeing it? They used to air it on network TV at least once a year.
Around Christmas, no less.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember it being around Christmas, but every year they had it at least once. And it was so strange listening to this woman watching this movie, and and she's, oh my gosh, it went from black and white to color. What's this all about? That must have been a thing. And just remarking on things that have been background noise for the rest of us our entire lives. Very strange. Amusing. Pardon. It's like watching kids see Star Wars for the first time. I remember they had this movie. It was Reign of Fire. It was a movie set in England, but it was the dragons returned. They were digging tunnels under London for something, and they found a dragon in a cave that was hibernating, and it woke up and it flew, and that was the signal for a start of a new dragon age, because they started popping up out of the ground everywhere, and and the survivors were reduced to a practically medieval status, and the movie followed the first the story of the first kid to have seen the dragon. Uh, uh, and him growing up and becoming a man in the dragon plagued world, and they had this one scene where he and a friend of his were reenacting Star Wars, or rather the Empire Strikes Back. The duel scene,
Uh huh.
and all the kids are just and they're just on the edge of their seats with excitement, and he does, and and these two guys with nothing but a couple of sticks and some really bad acting are up, performing the whole thing out for them, and they get to the scene where Luke, I am your father, and all the kids were like, oh no. You forget just how much of a shocker that was when it was first revealed.
Yeah.
Oh my.
It wasn't a shock to anyone who spoke German, though.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Uh,
they released it in Germany first, I believe.
yeah.
Something
On
like
top
that.
of that, Vader is basically a rough uh,
sometimes it's charming watching people see these things for the first time, seeing it through new eyes. But there are other times it's just. I mean, there are way too many people for whom the ending of the Titanic was a shocker. Seriously. Oh, and all the girls, these teenage girls come in. I can't believe the boat sank. And people standing in line. Oh, thanks for ruining it for all the rest of us. But I'm like, holy crap.
And none of you study history. For freaking sake. Oh, I'm sorry. That it's a kid's right. I can't believe the boat sank.
I never saw that movie. I never watched it, and I never have, and I never will, because I've seen clips of it, and I've seen the drama over it. I've seen the obsession with it, and I want nothing to do with it. Thank you, no. Okay.
I never saw it either, but I'm familiar with it through reputation.
Yeah. Let's put it this way: the favorite shirt I saw this shirt on sale in this T-shirt shop in the mall around about that time. It had you know those riveted steel letters, the Titanic that were on all the posters.
Mm-hmm.
They had a shirt that was printed out in those letters and said, "The boat sank. Get over it." I was just so sick of those two characters by then. I'd never seen the movie. And what gets me? Okay, I've seen the clips of he pushes her up on the floating chunk of debris, and all the girls go, oh, it's so tragic, oh, it's so romantic, and every guy who's sitting there is going, yeah, there was room up there for both of them. What BS, BS, you know. And like Bill Burr was talking about, he said he said it was a horror. This wasn't romantic. It was a horror movie. Some point, he talked about that one scene where that one guy fell off the boat and fell down. Bounced off a couple of things on the way down. And he was in there. He was in a tuxedo, not because he wanted to be, but because she thought it looked good. and she's bouncing, and the guy falls off. I should, and he's thinking all the way down. I should have done that chicken first class. You know? No, it was terrible. It was a what was it, a 2.5 hour movie?
I don't
I
know.
forget. It was a ridiculously long movie. It was something like an hour and a half of chick flick followed by 15 minutes of a boat sinking. Yeah. And I have noticed this, and I'm going to remark on it, and I'm going to harp on it, and I will continue to harp on it until it stops happening, which means I'll probably be it'll be 5 days after I croak. But okay, what's the most common the most common guy fantasy? Is one of the most common ones is a guy with two chicks, right? The threesome, and of course, uh, outside of the morals of that, even if I was one of these people, love is love, do whatever you want, I would be. That's highly inadvisable. Cause, okay, I don't care who you are, dudes. You have enough trouble pleasing one woman. You don't stand a chance with two. Okay? Because no matter which one you're paying attention to at that precise moment, the other one's getting jealous. No. I'm like, no, thank you. No. No. don't know actually. But anyway, the most common fantasy, and women are all, man, are such pigs. What is the most common fantasy among, one of the more common fantasy romantic fantasies for women? The every romance novel, just about every romance novel or chick flick or a so-called rom-com movie, it's about one woman and at least two guys, two, in orbit around her, as if she was the center of the solar system. Tell me I'm wrong.
Nope.
It's serious, and it's sad. I mean, you look at Twilight's the example. Uh, the main heroine with a personality like a plank of wood, and she has the interest. One's a vampire, one's a werewolf. But it's still the noble shining knight type on one side, and the bad boy. The clean cut guy on one side and the bad boy on the other, and they're both so obsessed with her, and she's like, oh, I just can't decide, and secretly she's going, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, and they're both they fighting with each other over her, and everything revolves around her. This black hole of egotism disguised as a woman, and holy crap. And you see it in teen romance novels. You see it in adult romance novels. You see it in rom-coms. You see it everywhere. And just tired of it. Beyond tired of it.
You know what Titanic has in common with The Sixth Sense, right?
What?
I see dead people.
I don't know if your voice broadcast over my microphones or not. Oh, but the joke. Let's see. The joke was, I see dead people. What? I see dead people. What do The Sixth Sense and Titanic have at the same time? You're working up to your dad jokes, aren't you?
I sure am.
But what's the name of that one guy? Sociologist, psychologist. He's got like a jillion videos on YouTube talking about social issues, men and women. What's his name? Let me think. I can't remember for the life of me. Dr. Peterson? Something like that?
Jordan Peterson?
Jordan Peterson, bingo. And he did a video, and he said they did a study. Google, of all people, they did a study. What they did is they studied the search patterns of men versus women. Because sociologists wouldn't do this because of ethics. But hey, Google, no problem. And they looked into it, and okay, they had a list of all the particular searches, and basically the top 6 searches for men and the top 6 searches for women, they're all different except for one: porn. Both men and women, their 5th most common topic to search for was porn. So don't buy it for a second. If women are so much more pure than men. Men are such sex fiends. Women are just so virginal. No, give me a break. But and he was going on about it. He said that I forget what the specific topic was. Well, it was about how women like wild, untamed men. Their biggest fantasy is basically okay. They the biggest fantasy that women have is the protagonist, the female protagonist. It's the plot of every one of them. Whether they have two men orbiting this woman or not. This the main character, the protagonist, is this uh, innocent, beautiful, um, uh, no pure-hearted female, and the man is a rogue, basically a monster of some form. They said there's a certain number of there were one, two, three, five different uh, your most common monsters, so to speak, in uh, female romance novels and stories. It was let's see, vampires, the top of the list, werewolves, pirates, there were millionaires, and surgeons. The five most common bad boy characters in these novels. And the general idea was that this pure version of female comes along and tames this untamable monster. And that's the fantasy. And this is why women go for bad boys. It's no fun trying to tame somebody that's already tamed. There's a a very primitive side of people, a very perverse side, very sad side too. This is one of the problems that the Christian Church addresses constantly. Young women, young Christian women, uh, they run off. They latch on to a guy who's a non-believer, doesn't share their faith, doesn't share their beliefs, isn't a Christian himself, and and nobody can pry her loose from him. And they run off, get married, and the predictable catastrophe happens. It falls apart in no time at all. Because even whether or not you're a Bible believing Christian or not, where the Bible teaches do not be yoked together with unbelievers. Just you don't have to be a Christian or a theologian or even a psychologist to figure out where this is going to go, because they don't share the same values. And people downplay the importance and the influence of faith in people's attitudes, personality, beliefs, behavior. A Bible believing Christian is going to be in constant conflict with a spouse who is a non-believer. And you don't need to be you don't need to be you don't need to be Sherlock Holmes to figure that one out. Crap, you don't even have to be Inspector Gadget. But seriously, uh, but it tracks back to this female fantasy of taming, finding a wild brute who sweeps her off her feet, but she tames him. And ironically, women who get stuck in that fantasy, you can predict where it's going to go. I can make him better. He'll change for me. You know, big ego trip. Big ego trip.
Absolutely.
They imagine that a man is going to change for them. Because because the sun shines out of their vagina. That's how they think. And I hate to break it to the world, but feminism has only made that delusion worse. Because I am woman, hear me roar. I'm a great colossal bore. I am woman. You know, young girls are basically taught. Young girls and young boys are taught right from the get-go that young doggone it, that young girls and that boys would be hopelessly pathetic without a woman around. That men are innately incompetent. To which I respond, as Counselor Charles responded to his fellow camp counselor. She's like, honestly, what would you men do without us women around? What would you? Where would you? If it weren't for women, where would you men be? And he just yells back, "Still in the Garden of Eden, you gullible." Oh man, I generated some flack with that particular. Two or three. I had a couple of strips where he said, women, he pointed out that women are, he pointed out that women were. He made the mistake of saying within earshot of. Darn, I've forgotten the name of the female character of the the lead female of my own comic strip. Oh, what's her name? Penny? Not Penny. But anyway, he made the mistake of saying within earshot of her that women were more emotional than men. And she comes over, how dare you say that? And he said, well, let me put it this way. What would happen if I said that out loud around the other women in this camp? They'd throw a fit if they heard you. And he just gives her the look, and people got bent. Oh man, they got torqued out of shape over that.
I saw the comments on that. It was glorious.
and the next strip, he says, he's here. Let me prove my point. Women will tolerate men saying anything about them if they think it sounds like a compliment. You can say that women are more emotional, so long as you say it in a way that they think it's a compliment. And he yells over to another female counselor. What do you think? We think that. Do you think that women are more emotionally available than men? More in touch with their feelings? And she's like, oh, absolutely. Yeah. That generated even more flack. So I kept going, Don't encourage me. I'm incorrigible, so don't encourage me. And I took off with it. And the next strip was, he said, he yelled to a bunch of, men are pigs, and they're all like, And they're all like, "Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right. You said it." And women are cows. And the next picture is him hanging up. And the next picture is him hanging upside down from a tree, hog-tied. And he says, "Now, I don't want to draw any parallels, but there's a surprising number of strips in that, and of comics in that strip that he ends up a tree, running up a tree to get away from the others."
Yeah. Oh, I meant to tell you, I bought a printed version of that for my
Oh,
youngest brother
you bought it.
Christmas.
You bought you brought a oh yeah, I saw you were saying you bought a printed one of the hard copies, one of the comics.
Yes.
Which one was it?
Camp Calamine.
Ah,
He, my youngest brother loves that.
Camp. He loves
Oh,
Camp. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. Uh, that's one of the smallest of the books that I've got. Small archive. But uh, the reason he doesn't have a mouth, the reason that Counselor Charles doesn't have a mouth is basically he was supposed to be the Dilbert for the Wilderness set. Well, really, he's surrounded by that was the
Yeah,
idea.
yeah, no, I see it now. I totally get it. It makes sense.
Of course, I did my own thing. But oh man, oh and then I got all sorts of flack because he poked fun at an evolutionist. He poked fun at evolution, rather, and people, oh, you unscientific, rada 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 rada.
0 times 1 will always be 0.
Yeah, you can't. I love how that worked out. That bet the best scam anybody ever pulled was the promotion of evolution as proven science. Last time I checked, science, it was the scientific methods was supposed to involve, an experiment to prove the theory. At one point, the process was observation, hypothesis, uh, experiment, conclusion. To oversimplify, but the evolution was observation, hypothesis, publish a book. And all subsequent scientific investigation involves the hammered in dogma, the hammered in premise that if evolution, then science. If intelligent design, then not science. It's I forget the term for the logical error, but it's inherent bias. It's what's the term? I believe begging the question, where you go in already assuming that only one answer is acceptable. Actual scientific process, the actual scientific progress involves falsifiable theories. And by falsifiable, what that means is basically that you have to be able, if you conduct an experiment, you have to be able to get a no as well as a yes. You have to get, you have to be able to get both a true or a false. If you set up a hypothesis that can't be tested and proven false, if there's no false, if that's not science. It's dogma. It's religion. It's not even religion. It's bad thinking. But people who are insistent, the science is established. No, science is never established. Science is a process. The word science, all the word science means is knowledge. It refers to the accumulated knowledge and to obtaining new knowledge. And human knowledge is as limited as humans are. First off. And second off, it's constantly in need of correction and expansion and rechecking. So, no, evolution is not science because it's a theory. You can't test it. There's no way to test it. And more to the point, more than just not being able to set up a laboratory big enough to have a planet involved in it. It's the way it's set up to begin with. The setup is the assumption that if you don't have an evolution-based explanation, then it's not science. I believe the term for that is poisoning the well. If you can't if you can't look at a conclusion and say wrong, then you're not conducting science. You're just establishing dogma.
What I find odd is some of the most amazing scientific advancements occurred because experiments didn't work.
Precisely.
Such
You,
as
you,
the
you,
one where they tried to prove that light travels through an ether, and they found out that they couldn't tell the difference between the speed. Well,
yeah.
the result of that was relativity.
Of course, the way an evolutionist would have conducted the experiment was that they would have conducted it, and if it turned out to be true, they say, see, it's true, ether. And if it had turned out to be false, and it says, we need to retest. This ether thing is really interesting. They go in assuming that evolution is true already, so they're not testing their own hypothesis.
They assume that the data doesn't support them, that somehow the data must be wrong.
Yeah. Nobody thinks about this. First of all, you've seen the charts in your science books in school when you were a kid, showing the various strata, the geologic column. Okay, first of all, the geological column that they show in the textbooks, there is no example of it anywhere in the world. There's no full example of it anywhere in the world. There's not even a really, decently large portion of it anywhere. You go one place, there will be layers missing in the middle. Go another place, the top layers will be missing. Go to another place, the bottom layers will be missing. You go several places, the layers will be reversed. And how do they know they're reversed? Because the wrong fossils are in different layers. Which brings us to the other point. How do they determine the age of each of the strata of the rocks? They claim, what they do, they conduct a carbon, a I'll spit it out in a day or three. They conduct a radioisotope test. But the problem is that those tests are notoriously inaccurate. As in, they have tested things known to be only a few hundred years old and gotten answers back of thousands or tens of thousands of years old. Just for starters. Okay. But more importantly, how do they know how old a layer of rock is? From the fossils that they find in it. How do they know how old the fossils are? From the layer of rock it's found in. That's circular reasoning. And a circle turns into a Mobius strip when you start introducing radioisotope dating, carbon-14, and all the other ones that they use. Because, how do you know this test is right? because we compared it to other rocks. We got, you know, back to the same answer they had for the fossils because we got it out of this layer of rock. How do you know that? You're supposed to be testing the rock, but you were testing the rock to figure out how old the layer was. Uh huh. It goes from circular logic to a figure eight, a frickin' Mobius strip. And, okay, the breakdown, uh, radioisotope dating, whether it's carbon 14 or anything else, works on certain principles. What it is, the best comparison I've heard is okay. Uh, suppose your science teacher went into a back room one day, came out, and they had a tray in front. They were carrying a tray out. It was partially full of water and had a big chunk of ice in it. And you were supposed to calculate from the size of the ice versus the size of, the amount of water in there, how long the ice had been melting. Now, that's a basic rough sketch of how radioisotope dating works. Is that there's a certain amount of radioactive materials, such as carbon 14, uh, in a given fossil, and over time, radioactive decay takes place, and they know that radioactive materials have a certain half-life. So many thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of years, and so they measure it, and if the ratio is, they measure the ratio. They measure is the full amount there, is half of the amount that's supposed to be there, is a fourth of the amount that's supposed to be there, or is it an eighth of the amount, and they use that to calculate how old the thing is. Now, the problem is the assumptions. First assumption is that there's no way to speed up or slow down the reaction. And it's been observed, as was illustrated in Hiroshima, yes, there are certain ways that speed up nuclear reactions. They found natural nuclear cores, radioactive reactions going on. What's word skipping my? There's a word skipping my brain right now. It's there are natural nuclear reactors that they have found in various places around the world. It took place without human intervention, which is really kind of frickin' scary. But they exist. And so you can imagine what that does to the the radioisotope readings of the rocks all around them, just for starters. And they assume that the radioactive decay takes place at a consistent rate, neither speeding up nor slowing down. That there's nothing you can speed it up nor slow it down. I'm afraid that every nuclear reactor on the planet is proof that radioactive reactions can be sped up or slowed down. Two, they assume that none, that the amount of radioactive material is consistent, that no extra radioactive material has been added or taken away. To use the ice and water example, they assume that that nobody added any more ice, or that none of the water was taken out. That the that nobody scooped it out, none of that it didn't evaporate or anything like that. They also assumed that the temperature in the room stayed the same, and the ice didn't melt any faster than it was right at the moment. This is contrary to actual observation of nature. Radioactive decay can be accelerated, can be retarded. Radioactive materials constantly are leaching in. They also assume that, in the case of carbon 14, they're assuming that the amount of carbon 14 in the environment was consistent. That the amount of carbon 14 that we have in the air today, that plants absorb and the animals eat, is the same as it was, back in the days of the dinosaurs. And
That always bothered me because how in the world does it get replenished?
well, basically, it's supposed to be that cosmic radiation comes in, strikes carbon molecules in the atmosphere, uh, and makes isotopes of it.
That doesn't make much sense.
Cosmic rays. But that's how they say it happens. That's how they say the carbon 14 gets into the atmosphere in the first place, or gets into the ecosystem. Period. But anyway, they assume that it doesn't speed up or slow down. They assume that it doesn't. That the amount that animals absorbed, and plants and animals absorbed, was consistent. They assume that the amount in the immediate environment was consistent. They assume that uh, none of it was added or subtracted since the animal died and turned into a fossil. The problem is that fossilization is exactly that. The process of fossilization is where the organic materials that made up the fossil are leached away by water and replaced by mineral deposits. That should have put an end to using carbon dating and other radioisotope datings on fossils right there. Think about it. Of course, they're going to get dates of millions and millions of years. Uh, there's only a tiny, teeny little bit of carbon 14 left in this fossil. That means it's millions and millions of years old. No, what that means is that it's a fossil, and all the carbon 14 and everything else that it used to be made of got leached away and replaced. Nobody points this out. Nobody talks about it. Nobody says, this is obvious bunk because, okay, you're not a scientist. You don't know. What do you know? Why are you questioning the scientists? It's like, because, yeah, but I'm not a complete tool either. Come on. That's the problem. It's the emperor's new clothes. Anybody that questions it is obviously a fool. It's obviously ignorant. And finally, until finally somebody questions it, that pops all their assumptions. There are people out there that are diehard atheists that still say that the theory of evolution from Darwin on is just bad science. It doesn't work. It doesn't match the evidence. But nobody's going to back down on it because teacher said so, and sensei knows everything. You question my childhood teacher who was so important to my childhood development, and and my college professor who brought me into the world of science, and all these other things. But it's an uphill battle. It's a it's very rare. It does happen, but it's very rare to find somebody who gets presented with the material evidence and plods through it and comes to the obvious conclusion. Oh, this can't be right. It usually involves something far more subtle than logic alone. If logic was persuasive, nobody would fall for communism or atheism or a thousand other isms out there that are just so blatantly counterfactual that they can't get away with it. But people, it takes something that hits at the gut. People are like that, where we're not ready to, generally that's a survival trait. I'm gonna have to look up. I'm gonna have to look up what she looks like. This this character I'm drawing now.
Which character?
It's Hester.
Oh, that's Hester. Okay.
Hester's the one that owns the booth, right? That she's running the booth, rather. This is how you know they're not regular raccoons. They got huge ass ears. They do. When I first started drawing, I didn't know that raccoons did not have triangular ears. They have little round cookie ears. But I kept it because distinguishing feature for these guys. There's a couple other things that make them obviously different from raccoons, and not just being bipedal. Their tails have fewer rings. Raccoons usually have about 5 rings on their tail. Raccoonans only have 3. The raccoonans do not have, raccoonans have large triangular ears. Just 2 features. Excuse me. Pardon.
The only drawing of Hester that I know of was drawn by Julian.
It says in her description that she has brown fur as opposed to gray fur.
Uh, I'm debating on whether to allow that to be canonical or not. Because I've just been going with the idea they're all just varying shades of gray. 50 Shades of Grey! No! But
Let's not go down that path, shall we?
oh, please, no. Oh, Lord. I still giggle every time I think of that one video that showed 50 Shades of Grey, the audiobook, as read by Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh, God.
Iago the Parrot. Yeah. I won't show it because I didn't realize that. I've seen it once and I've forgotten. And I saw it again, but holy crap! He reads the several passages out loud and nasty, as well as being horrible writing. My inner goddess stands drooling as he walks before me. It's.
Oh, God.
I mean, like that would be the perfect revenge gift for if you had a wife or a girlfriend or whatever who was obsessed with that book. You're like, oh man, that's disgusting. What are you gonna do? And just give her a an audio book version by Gilbert Gottfried. Render her just destroy her sex drive for the next 20 years. Oh my.
Read by Marcel Marceau.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's this one. I don't know who I don't know who Honey is. But I believe she's one of the people that works on Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel. Dude, seriously, move your microwave, dude. Move your microphone away from your mouth while you're chewing. Trust me.
My microphone's around 2 or 3 feet from me, though.
Oi. But anyway, Honeycast, Hunicast. They apparently do a lot of what do they call the audio only? Not live stream.
Podcast.
Podcasts. I'd like to know what the difference is anymore. But she does a podcast where she and some of the other artists and writers and voice actors shoot the bull. And apparently there's this one running gag that's become a thing for the show. They're little animated clips made to the audio of the show all over YouTube. And apparently it's a running gag that they'll do an "Oh Ashley" at her in the characters' voices or in their own voices. It'd be like, yeah, and apparently she flusters incredibly easy, and you're like, "Oh Ashley," and she's like, "Oh, stop that," you know. And she just completely blows a fuse for her. And there's one guy. One of his characters is a werewolf. And, oh man, he did it. He went, "Oh, Ashley," and she's like, "Hey!" And she's like, "I was ready for it, but I wasn't ready for it." But anyway, it's hysterical to listen to, and I can't help it. One of my ambitions is to send him a tweet someday, see if I can't get him to have one of the voice actors do an "Oh Ashley" at her in Gilbert Gottfried's voice. Doing a Yago. "Oh, oh, Ashley, darling of my heart, apple of my eye. My honey, I'm in a raging inferno inside for you. Oh, Ashley." That was probably the worst imitation of Gilbert Gottfried ever, but you get the idea. And
Absolutely kill it for
and it's just a running thing. They also have a thing where they ow at her, ow, and that busts them all up too. But they had that one of the voice actresses, just changed the whole paradigm. She came in and did this little bitty puppy voice. "Ah woo, hello Ashley, ah woo." It was the cutest thing anybody I ever heard. And Ashley's like, "Oh, that's so adorable." The actress is like, "Yeah, I threw up in my mouth a little bit about that." But here I am sitting on my live stream talking about somebody else's live stream. Uh, this is sad. Uh, yeah, that's even worse than the people film reaction videos and then react to the reaction videos. So, Mayday, sinking fast.
Podception.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to make the joke.
Yes. Did you get the joke? Yeah, we don't want it. Send it back. I have no idea what she looks like. What's her hairstyle? Where's the picture? Does anybody have a copy of the picture that Julia did of her?
Oh, I actually have a copy of the picture. Do still keep it with me at all times. Where do I post it up for reference?
Put it in one of the put it in chat channel for it's a stream chat down under gaming. I need another stream. I need a stream chat channel up here for spleen squeezins. But what the heck?
Okay, hold on. Let me get this actually.
Her head's too tiny.
Uh-huh.
She's a tiny head. I'll just enlarge it in a minute. But
I'm not be able to bring it up. I just need to skim for it.
Hester the Pinhead. Yeah. But that doesn't look right.
Here we go. Smile for the portrait. Here's
Let's
everybody.
see.
At the very least, I posted it up in stream chat.
Let's see. Stream. Open the window. Open the window.
Yes, and mind you, this is basically my rendition of the character. She prefers the brown fur.
Okay, brown fur. Okay, pigtail. Okay, brown hair. Dark brown hair, pigtail. Okay. Good. Yeah. I don't see what it shouldn't be. I don't see what it shouldn't be other.
Pigments.
Well, at least just ethnicity. Yeah. You got to be a few tribes with different colors and patterns. I'm picturing a tribe of albino ones. Well, at least with white fur. In nature, albino uh, animals don't really live long. It's really kind of sad. But well, they go blind. No, the sunlight. They get sun damage and it turns into tumors and they go blind. And I've been told there's a thing that every now and then if people have seen a fox in this one area, there's a high percentage of albino foxes that are born, and when they're born, after they reach a certain age, they'll start going blind, and uh, it's apparently the fox will walk out to the lake, and they'll walk out into the water until it's over the head, and then they'll just drown themselves to end it. Now that we've got on that little morbid side trail, um, but let's see. Okay, brown fur. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to picture what a mix of brown and gray would look like. Would it be speckled? Would it be... Okay, well, raccoons. I'm wondering if there's any just okay. I'm just wondering if there are any variations in real life. If they're northern Mongolian raccoons. With dark blue fur. I don't know. Uh, uh, this is quite nice picture, by the way. You're very flattered. Thank you.
First rendition of Jasper.
Is there any particular reason he's got a throw rug on his chest? He looks like he got more hair than Austin Powers. Smashing baby. I do not like that. Yeah, I'll say it. I don't like that comedian. I really don't. It just look okay. There's a certain point where it stops where some of these up and coming comedians. I still think of I still think of uh, I can't remember the name of the guy that played Ace Ventura. Mind like a steel trap, rusted shut and illegal in all 50 states. Uh, well, anyway, Jim Carrey. I still think of Jim Carrey as up and coming. That's kind of sad, but since Jim Carrey and since a lot of these they just nasty for the just not just I mean just kind of humor. And remember Tom Green? Oh Lord, just way too many so-called comedians out there make you just sort of throw up in your mouth a little. It's vulgar and disgusting. It offends the straights. We love it. Okay, that's the old look of the blade. Actually, it's the old shape of the blade. So yeah, it's technically correct. So technically correct, which is what I can say for my own drawings. Haha. But I told you before the reason that Quentin has a shape shifting sword is because I kept forgetting what the original sword looked like, and drawing it slightly differently from page to page, and didn't realize it until I went back and looked. And I thought, okay, we're going to incorporate this into the story. Actually, the male raccoons are supposed to have fluffy ruffs on their chest, like not quite that much, but yeah. Quentin's at that age where he's still, he's like a 13-year-old boy checking for armpit hairs, but he's had to. Why Sam walks in on him some days. Well, why are you fluffing up your chest? Shut up! You saw nothing. You know nothing. Oh my. But yeah. Okay. Brown. Okay. Pigtail. Simple square drive. I was hoping for. I was thinking there was a more unique hairstyle or dress or something that would make it stand out a little. But pigtail. I can do the pigtail. Oh, way too small. Look at that. A teeny tiny head. Teeny tiny head woman. But that's easy enough to fix. I love these tools. I swear I do. Oh, it's not supposed to happen. It's not supposed to do that. The tool keeps getting locked in the aspect ratio there. Not quite right. Not quite right. Eraser. Where's the eraser? There we go. But anyway, moving on. That's not right either. until their uh, well, for lack of a better term, manes start going white. There's not much reason that they would have different colored hair. But just, okay, it's there's certain things. Sometimes it fits, sometimes it doesn't. The things that it depends on how when you're drawing a furry species, an anthropomorphic species. It all depends on the mix of human to animal that you're shooting for. How clinically accurate you're trying to be as to what's tolerable. Uh, okay. Okay, things that just do not work. Furry animals with human chins, or worse, human noses, human chins, human noses, human lips. Especially when they draw an anthropomorphic horse and she has human lips on the end of her muzzle. It's like it just looks so wrong. It bugs me when they put boobs on birds. Reptiles, yeah, I'll let it pass sometimes. It doesn't bother me as much because I could go, okay, well, dragons are technically warm-blooded, so you know, but it just doesn't look right to me. It's like it's like Darwin, Professor Darwin, please pick up the emergency line. Just doesn't work.
Does not compute.
And pardon. Another thing that sort of bugs me is when they draw an anthropomorphic character, and instead of drawing them with fur, they draw them with human skin that's colored in like the fur pattern. It just looks so wrong. Like 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 they shaved the character and then hit him up with some body paint, and I'm like, no, it just doesn't work. You'll see this especially in the adult artwork section. They'll draw a female, and despite the fact that she's supposed to be like a wolf or a cat or whatever, her skin will be shiny. She'll be lying on the beach and she'll be, rubbing lotion on her shiny skin, and I'm like, wait a minute. Fur can be glossy, but not that glossy. And she's not a dolphin. So what the heck happened to her fur? It just doesn't look right. And drawing a human beard on an anthropomorphic character, that annoys the heck out of me too. Didn't like it when they did it on My Little Pony. Don't like it anywhere else either. Can you still hear me out there?
Yes.
Okay. When you go quiet like that, it just I have to wonder now because my microphone died.
No, no, no. We're still here. We're still here. We're just muted.
You're still muted. Oh, Julian was just muted. I keep myself unmuted because I don't talk that much here. Which is ironic as it's direct contrast. Any other server, I will be chatty freaking Cathy all day long. But here, I'll just shut up.
I can't be that entrancing. He has such a hypnotic voice.
No, it's not. It's not you, Ralph.
Oh, well,
It's
thanks.
hey. I think it's more. I think it's more respect for elders.
Respect for elders, you say, is what keeps you quiet while you're watching the channel.
Yes.
Seriously? Well, congratulations, you picked the perfect thing to make me feel like an old fart.
You are an old fart.
Well,
Really?
less old, more fart. You gotta get the ratios right. Pull my finger! There we go. There we go. How does this say? Let's see here. The thing I haven't listened to my own recordings all the way through, so I don't know how much of your voice is coming through on the channel on the recording. It's supposed to be recording this. Hold on, let me check something. Okay, say something, anything.
Hello.
Yes, it is recording your voice. Good. I'd hate to have to play the telephone game with this. Where you're doing a telephone skit and you have to repeat everything the other person is supposed to have said.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like really, you don't say, oh, ha, ha, you know, you know,
Something like that.
three to the, five to the dozen, huh? Yes. Oh, absolutely, I agree. Yeah, and then you say your line too. Okay. Let's see. Well, that works. As long as it's picking you up there.
If it's working, then it works. Except when it's not working.
I don't know why it's not picking up the music. Well the I'm thinking backwards here. I'm thinking backwards. What it is I'm getting confused between what is playing over the Discord and what is playing over the desktop and what is being recorded by OBS, what isn't, and all that crap. I have to I have to keep track of it all. Okay, let me look at that image again. An image. Yeah, uh, how's that look?
Looks good. Pretty good so far.
Made a mistake. No, I didn't. I know what I did. Never mind. Never mind. We'll fill this in. see what we've done. Oops. Darn it. That's voice is starting to go already. Getting kind of
Quiet in here.
no, no. I'm saying sore throat. Not sore throat. You know, my voice is starting to
Starting to go. Or starting to
get a little gargly, a little rough.
get anything to drink?
Just now. Let's see here. Is it still recording? It should
Yeah.
still be. I'm checking my OBS again. This is a marvelous program with lots of features that never seem to work. Not what I need them to. Draw.
Take a drink.
Ta-da! And here we have Hester. Sitting on it. Little Miss Muffet sitting on her tuffet.
Yeah.
What's a tuffet?
Good question. What the hell kind of name is a Muffet? This is what we call the Muffet Show. I don't know.
Yeah.
Little Miss Muffet. That could be so wrong and we'd never know it.
What's a tuffet? It's what I'm sitting on.
Oh, you mean like a butt?
That was just from the old Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Yeah. It's just... oh, man. Let me see here. I'm looking for something. Trying to drop something down here. How many of you have you watched the Young Justice animated series?
Afraid not.
Young Justice, basically teen superheroes, is the sidekicks: Kid Flash, Robin, Aqualad, so on and so forth. The thing of it is that I read the comic. I read the original Young Justice comic. The original Young Justice comic, it was a lot more fun. The Young Justice animated show takes itself it takes itself seriously. It's well done, very well done, and it's a great show. But the it's nothing like the original comic, because the original comic it featured Superboy, the Cadmus clone version of Superboy, Robin, and Impulse. Impulse is Wally West's grandson, great grandson from the distant future. And because apparently Wally West eventually, at some point, travels into the distant future, has a family, and well, anyway, it was fun. It was a humorous comic, and I mean it was bust your guts hilarious sometimes. One of the first villains they met was this villainess was a scientist who stumbled across some technology from Apocalypse. She was an archaeologist, and she dug it up, and it activated and transformed her into the villainous Amply Endowed. She had gigantic bazonkers. Gigantic bazonkers. In fact, the running gag was is that whether it was a tree or a passing car or a word bubble, you never saw her actual chest. But the sidekicks all come out there. They've just formed their group. They're just starting out as Young Justice, and they come out there, and she's down there, and Superboy gets a look at it. Holy crap! Yeah. and and she's staying there ranting and raving about how she's going to conquer the planet for Apocalypse, and she looks at her. I see you up there trembling in fear, and he goes like, and Superboy goes, that's not.
Sure.
That's not fear. It's anticipation. and Robin goes, "Are we going to have to fight her?" And Superboy, if there's a god, yes. And she starts to march, and she falls forward. She can't. She's got such huge hooters that she can't walk. She falls forward, and she's pinned to the ground by the weight of her boobs. She made an appearance about like 2 or 3 issues later, where she was escaping from a prison. She apparently had discovered her power, hypno hooters. Yeah, she called them the hypno headlamps, and apparently her breasts glow in hypnotic patterns, and she can hypnotize any male that looks at them. And she has two guards. One under each arm, helping her walk to the door because she still can't walk with the. Uh, it was that kind of comic, you know what I'm saying? And it was hilarious because, okay, if you ever read the Impulse comic, Impulse eventually grows up, becomes Sirius up, becomes Kid Flash, and stops being not nearly as much fun because Impulse, originally he was, like I said, a descendant of Wally West from the future, and he comes back, and the thing of it is that up until this point he had been raised in a virtual reality system because he didn't know how to shut off his powers, and so he was constantly moving at super speed. So they had to put him in a virtual reality system just to have something fast enough to keep up with him, and to raise him. And the running joke was is that they finally found a cure for it. Basically, the Flash, Wally West, he broke Impulse out of that stuck mode by forcing him, just forcing him to go faster than he ever had before. Just basically unlocked his power so he could control it. But the thing of it is, he's now stuck in the 20. He was now stuck in the 20th century, and he ended up being fostered by one of the older speedsters, Johnny Mercury, I think, was his name, who had retired. And the thing was is that Impulse, that's the reason he has the name, is because he has no impulse control. They joked and call it the single synapse syndrome, because he would go from thought to action instantly without any pausing to reflect. And that too. It was a hilarious comic. And I feel it's a shame that they finally closed down that title and took the character elsewhere. Aged him up and uh, made him all mature and serious like all the other edgy, serious superheroes that were coming out at the time. But uh, the superheroes in the teen superheroes in Young Justice, uh, they're all pretty uptight. There's no sense of fun like with Teen Titans, or with the original Young Justice comic. Uh, you know, but that sense of fun is just a loss. It really is. And oh my, the version, the Superboy in the comic was a wisecracking, uh, somewhat overly hormonal smart aleck in the comic, but in the Young Justice series animated, uh, he's the dark, angsty, broody one because he's a clone. He was created by Cadmus. Originally, the idea was is they were going to, they raised him in a tube in suspended animation and educated him with uh, telepathic uh, lessons to educate him, teach him, uh, and the idea was is that Superboy was going to be kept on ice. He was supposed to be a weapon. He was either supposed to replace Superman or stop him if he ever went out of control. And in both the comic and the TV show, the other teen heroes discover him. This wasn't something that anybody else knew about, least of all Superman. And uh, nobody was happy about the discovery. And Superman keeps him at arm's length and won't talk to him because, well, it freaks him out. You know, he wasn't exactly planning on he and Lois Lane weren't exactly planning on having kids this suddenly, and they really weren't ready for an angsty teenager. And basically this Superboy is in the comic in the cartoon show, uh, uh, angry all the time. Basically because he's broody and angry, and he's alone. It's kind of sad. I can't remember why I got onto the topic of that show, but let's see here. Okay, would be this here would be Julian. And and they really sort of overplayed the edgy teen superhero thing with the show because pretty half the characters on the team have deep dark secrets that they don't want anybody to find out. And so they're all tiptoeing around each other, and in the meanwhile they think they have a spy among their members because the villains on one mission the villains they captured let slip that they had an inside source on the team's activities, and so they're all is it this guy, is it her, is it him, blah blah blah. And meanwhile they're all trying to keep secrets from each other about their pasts or whatever, and which just makes the whole situation worse. Superboy is trying to hide the fact that he's actually half Kryptonian and half human, and the human half, it turns out, the DNA came from Lex Luthor.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it turns out that the Kryptonian DNA is unstable, difficult. They have difficulty cloning it, and when they tried, they created a fully Kryptonian clone who is bug nuts insane, and they had to put that one on ice so that he didn't go on, just didn't bust out and go on a rampage. And so Superboy was their second attempt, and they mixed in some human DNA, and the DNA they used was Lex Luthor's. Lex Luthor owned the company; it was a major stockholder, and he asked them to, or told them to. And then there's Artemis, who is the team Archer, and she's trying to hide the fact that her father is a villain that the team has had to face. Uh, the the let's, oh Miss Martian, who is the Martian Manhunter's niece.
Mm.
She's trying to hide the fact that she's not a green Martian. She's a white Martian, and the white Martians, in their natural form, are radically are radically physically different from either the green uh, uh, Martians or humans, for that matter. And her natural appearance would scare the crap out of you if you bumped into it in a hallway. And despite the fact that she wasn't involved, she suffers a lot of prejudice in Martian culture because the white Martians were responsible for the last truly terrible war they had. Because they have the white Martians have a violent streak in their nature, allegedly.
Allegedly.
And uh, Megan, is that's her name. Uh, it was Megan actually, and she anyway she's been working her whole life to the shape she wears, the green humanoid, the green human shape she wears is actually she copied it off a cheesy sitcom that her uncle had mailed them from Earth, and it's called Hello Megan, and she imitated the losing train of my thoughts again. Take a little breather here. Stop and rest. What was it?
Hello.
Oh my. Whew. Dozing off. Get another sip of Monster Energy drink. Who needs sleep when you have caffeine? Yay!
You sleep when you got all those cows.
I'll sleep when I'm dead. Yeah.
Sleep is for the weak.
Oh yeah. I've really grown to love the taste of Monster. Go figure.
Huh.
Yeah. When I
That
work,
is probably a danger sign.
yeah. I don't get it very often. I get like a 4-pack or an 8-pack. About once a month, maybe. Go through it pretty quickly. I usually drink Dr Pepper. I drink Tang. I usually drink Tang. Sometimes I drink Monster. I take the Monster and mix it with Tang. Half Tang, half Monster. That way I get B vitamins and C vitamins. Ta-da! Yeah. That makes it healthy. But where's my Oh, there it is. And let's see here. Gotta take. What I was doing, I was wanting to take a look at that picture again. Oh, it's where is it? Where is it? Just a second. I think. I want to show everybody this. Change windows. Applications. Scenes. Live. Whoa! Infinity! There we go. Just wanted.
I remember seeing that.
Through time and space. Space. Just wanted to double check my reference here.
Given the dynamic those two have, yeah, I can totally see.
You can totally see what?
I can totally see Quentin like threatening to destroy Julia's paint kit.
uh. So, how much hair gel does he use to get that pompadour up there? It's just you got a freaking mohawk there. Just when I realize it, when you look at it, he got chest hair like a Wookiee and a mohawk like a punk rocker.
But it's also like what, 23?
Yeah. No. Now, how many people stare at that? What the hell is that?
Glad he doesn't. We'll be glad he doesn't use the hair gel on his chest hair, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Uh,
oh.
He probably uses some kind of Lux technique just to keep it out of his eyes.
yeah, they trim the it's a grooming thing. The you are the elder, the eldest of the seven villages, and his like epic beard of awesomeness. Well, it's actually like I said, it's more of a mane. By the time it reaches his age, it's the fur around his neck grows out into just a big Pomeranian style mane. Just
The, the fur
but
follicles all slide downhill. Yes.
uh, but well the I'm going to regret having him having the white thinned out at the top, aren't I? Because like how is he bald and furry at the same time? But we'll just go with the idea that keeping the white uh, trimmed down on top is a thing he does. So to make him look even older,
Mm.
and just basically that Rakonan males uh, keep their mane trimmed down. Doesn't really come in till about their 100th. So, but after that, as a matter of style, they keep the that rough and that uh, mane trimmed down because it makes them look younger. Vanity doesn't change much, you know, from species to species. To look younger is always okay. Here we go. Back to near
As
near near
soon
near
as
near
you're
near near
old,
near 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 near.
as soon as you're old enough to do the stuff you want to stop growing older. Yeah.
Yeah, like who can blame you? I would have happily stopped aging like 30.
Keep that in
And a
mind.
good number.
That was the last time I had decent legs. After I hit about 35 is when my legs started swelling up.
Hmm.
15 years.
Wow.
I definitely did not expect to be in this situation at this age when I was younger. No warning, really. It's not like it snuck up on me, but it progressed so fast after it got started, and the method, is the treatments basically consist of keeping your feet elevated all the time, and I worked standing for 6 to 8 hours a shift, and that sped things along. And they also have this massage thing they do to people with a condition, but getting somebody, the actual massage treatment costs a fortune, and my insurance will not cover uh, therapy and therapy rehab treatment. My insurance will only cover so many days a year, and this is something that you need to do basically for the rest, every week for the rest of your life. And so after maybe uh, a, a half dozen visits, I can't go. I can only go
Right.
to,
So enough. So after enough treatments to maybe start doing a little bit of good,
I had to quit
you're out of luck.
until the rest for the rest of the year, until the next year when the calendar reboots. And
There
yeah,
aren't any schools in that region
no,
that. Not at all. You're out in the
no,
boonies, huh?
yeah, and I couldn't. Now I reached a point where I can't fit the vehicle properly anymore. It broke. You want to talk about the day that broke my heart? Is when the day I had been stuck in a house for a couple of weeks for some reason. I finally wanted to go out and do some shopping or something, and I went out to my van, and I was still able to climb up in it, but my legs wouldn't fit in the well under in the area under the steering wheel. They were that large. They they were squeezed between a wall, squeezed between the door on my left side and the hump, the engine hump on my right, and I couldn't fit.
Ah, you got the old rear-wheel drive van with the motor up front, huh?
Yeah,
Or
it was an old classic van. It was a Chevy G60, I think it was.
yeah.
It was a big touring van and used when I got it. 92 model.
So it's a massive vehicle that ought to be able to haul you just fine, except it's not built for your physical dimensions.
Right, it's my legs in particular.
Right.
It's a miracle that I managed to drive it as long as I could.
Hmm.
They eventually had to haul it away this year because well it was broken down. The battery was gone. The battery rack had rusted away. The front seat the back was broken. I had been keeping it propped up with a cinder block, and just this was broken, that was broken, and just the
All of which is trivial crap, but if you can't use the vehicle anyway, then there's no point.
yeah, it's dozens of little trivial things would have cost me every dime I made just to fix them, like the back doors, the double doors at the back of the van, the lock had broken shut, and I could, as in it had broken so that the doors were permanently locked, and I
Probably.
couldn't do anything about it, and
Right, right. Yeah, if you're not mobile enough, or if you don't have somebody who works for a pretty cheap rate, you'll go crazy or broke trying to get that stuff fixed.
they ended up hauling it away because it had been parked out next to my trailer for about a year. And one day they come in here. Oh, you're gonna have to move that van because we're chopping down this tree, and where it's gonna land is where your van is. And there was nothing for it. I had to have them send in a tow truck and haul it off to the junkyard because I couldn't do anything, and there's nobody who would buy it off me in the condition it was in, and there was no time to
Yeah.
nothing I could do. And it was broken down. It was safe to ride in with no proper
Right, right.
with
It needed work and it had problems, and you couldn't use it even if it were working right. So yeah, that was uh,
I
an
still
annoying.
what
But
it pisses me off is that my father. I hate giving up on that vehicle because my dad, we used to, we lived, used cars, and I'm talking real sleds here,
well,
and
well, the last. Well, let's see. I had a Buick Century, bought it with 90,000, sold it
well,
with
what I'm saying
160
is
thou. But
what I'm saying is that that van was in, the engine ran fine.
Yeah.
The battery rack needed replacing, and the seat needed replacing, and the
And a quick trip to the local junkyard, salvage yard, would have picked up all of those things you needed.
yeah,
But you're talking about X number of hours work
and
that's you have to pay somebody to do and all the rest of that
and
stuff.
money
Yeah,
and
got it.
parts and all
Oh
those other
yeah,
things,
yeah.
just and
Well,
I feel
yeah.
ashamed of because I'm used to I'm living in a family. My family we keep that mother running. We
Oh yeah.
we'd have a vehicle. My dad kept a Pinto running. Come on, and,
Hey, a Pinto was a decent vehicle as long as it doesn't rust out and you don't smash it too hard. Come on.
yeah,
I
but
mean, they still race the damn things.
well, my point is that uh, we
Anyway, yes.
you know we would get a
I
car. We would get a car that most other people would have sent off to the junkers, and
Yeah, you get it cheap, you get it running, and you run the heck out of it. Absolutely.
but me, I end up with a touring. And it makes me want to scream. Is that was a touring van? It was a van for people to travel around the country. It
Yeah.
had the back seats were actually motorized so that you push a button and they would fold out into a bed.
Cool.
There was a TV set in between the front seats, and this was way back when everything was
Yeah,
still
yeah, that's
vacuum
one of
tubes.
those.
You know,
And
whoa,
you know
whoa, ow.
what that points out is how vital it is to have a local network of friends and
How vital it is to have people that know. Oh, good grief! I didn't realize how high I had the volume. When my microphone went down, I turned up the volume on everything and
whoops.
trying to fix it. And now I'm
Yeah,
probably,
yeah.
the recording of this show is probably going to blow out everybody's speakers. But
Oh, that's right. I forgot this was a show you're recording. Weird place to record. Anyway.
anyway, they, and like I've always, like I've said so many times, is one of my dreams is that someday I wanted to travel. I wanted to
Yeah.
see New York City, and I wanted to see California, and just
Well, it's
I
not
wanted to see,
impossible. You'll just have to reconsider your choice of transport vehicles.
yeah, bariatric ambulance.
Yeah.
You get my point. Is that
Very, very heavy duty
I
seats.
am beyond
Hmm.
that point. Short of
Well,
amputation, I'm never getting rid of these legs. So,
if there's enough flexibility to where they can operate some kind of controls, or failing that, they do make hand controls for people
yeah,
without legs.
if they can make a vehicle that I can fit inside, that's the whole thing. I couldn't even
Yeah,
fit
well,
it. Well, you get my
yeah, well,
leave that aside, but I'm saying is that
it
I had
it would
but
require some
back to the
changes.
point I was making. Back to the point I was making is I had this vehicle. It was a traveling
Yeah,
van, and we
yeah,
and then when I got it, I was still
right,
I was
right.
fat, but I didn't have my legs were still legs instead of tree trunks, and
Yeah,
all it would have taken if I just set a little money aside,
yeah,
I could have gone anywhere that I
yeah.
wanted to, and before I got anywhere, uh, this happened, and now it's gone,
Again,
and now it's gone, and
that is not the only vehicle of its sort in
I
existence.
know, but I'm still saying, that
So
it breaks my
your
heart.
options,
It breaks my
it's
heart
frust.
to have done it.
Hey, that vehicle,
Look,
it sucks. But come on.
telling me that there's more fish in the sea. Nobody gives a shit about the fish in the sea. You know what I'm saying?
I want the one in
That
hand. Yes.
yeah, you want the one that you just had jump off the hook.
Yep. Yep.
And it was a special vehicle to me. It was the first vehicle I bought it with every penny that I bought it with that went into buying it was money that I had earned.
Uh,
and it wasn't given, it wasn't practically given to me by a family friend. I bought it
Right,
from
right.
somebody, and
Yeah,
it was in one of the lowest times of my life, when I had ended up, derailing my life yet again and moving back in with my parents again, and by their
mm,
choice, which is really sad, and uh, and there were days you have to
yeah,
understand, there were days I would drive home from work, uh, when I was staying with them. I would drive home from work and I would park in the parking lot, the parking space behind the house, and I would just sit there for 10, 15 minutes, just and the only thing keeping me sitting was look around, look at the vehicle, and then look at it,
right.
the inside, and just go, "This is mine. This is
Yeah,
mine. This is well, it's
and we're gonna go do
I've
some
I've
cool
got
stuff with this.
I've got
Yes.
nothing else. I haven't even got my own bed anymore, and but this is
Mm,
mine." And and if it came down to it, I could have lived out of that damn thing. It was big enough,
yeah,
and all it lacked was a toilet and a fridge. Uh, it was for touring. It was for being comfortable, and
yeah.
what's more is that I let it get in the condition it got into, because I was terrible. I'm terrible at upkeeping things. I'm like the negative image of my father. I'm like the photo negative of my father when it comes to that. And
So he was exceedingly diligent, and you not
he is
the other. Yeah.
exceedingly diligent is one way of putting it. Yes,
Hmm.
Mister Do It All Myself is more accurate. The man was climbing up on rooftops in his 60s. He still is that
Oh,
way though, but he's not dead. He and mom,
good.
but he and mom are
I
basically
just celebrated.
retired.
I just celebrated my a birthday a couple of days ago.
Oh well, happy birthday.
Thank you. I left my yeah I left my 30s 30 years ago.
Ah, but
So anyway, more than 30 years ago. Anyway,
he would he
and
would
yesterday,
let's put it this way: when we were back when we were still living there, he would do things routinely that would rack him up and leave him basically unable to do anything
oh, that's not good.
for 3 or 4 days up to a week. Well,
Oh,
like one time, the church van,
uh-huh,
the transmission needed replaced.
uh-huh.
He did not have the right tools for the job.
Ah,
He did not have a mechanic to help him. He did not have anybody in the church who was willing to come out and help him either. So he ended up dragging me out there. And
uh-huh.
keep in mind, this was not in the summertime. This was, oh,
Oh,
I forget what month, but it was
an unpleasant time of the year for working on vehicles.
freezing rain. We were down there, out in that muddy gravel driveway, lying on our backs under the church van, leveraging a uh,
Big
uh,
ass transmission. Yeah.
into place with chunks of 2x4.
Uh-huh.
And so you can imagine the
Yeah, that
condition.
makes it an
We
interesting
got it
challenge.
done. We got it done. We got it to
Yep,
run,
yep.
and he was down for the count for the rest of the week.
Really?
And
Phew.
I find it
Wow.
amazing that he recovered in less than two,
Hmm.
considering the way I felt after we were done. But
Wow.
he was always doing stuff like that. He'd push himself. How he would. I think he drives mom crazy with that, because
Hmm,
he
hmm, hmm.
constantly pushing himself further. Me and mom are both. He's one of these people that he thinks. Let me put it this way: one of his plans for helping me out uh, consisted of going up in the hills and building a log cabin.
Hmm. Hmm. Sounds like a lot of work. With chainsaw doable, but
Yeah,
um
but let me put it this way: I've always been one of those please start the orange peel for me kind of guys. So
hmm, hmm, hmm,
so was my mom to some extent. I'm like, okay, you've got a church full of people. This is their van, and
Yeah, at that
this is
point,
their van. This is their building.
yeah,
This is their stuff. You're the pastor. You're not the maintenance man.
right.
And just
At
put.
that point, yeah, at that point, you put it to the people and say, hey, this needs doing. Either you don't have a van anymore, or you come up with some money. Here's how we can do it to get it
Yeah,
fixed.
I was like, you claim to be the leader of the church. You're the shepherd of the flock. It's time to
Yeah,
get the flock over everything and start putting your foot down.
yeah. Leadership does not consist of doing people's work for them. Yeah.
And
Anyway.
well, the thing of it is, the man, my father, he's mellowed out over the years, but I think that's mostly just because he's too tired. Uh,
Hmm? Hmm.
and it's amazing how much uh, wisdom resembles just being too tired to care anymore. and
Yeah.
he oh my good lord, uh,
Hmm.
he is one of the most complainingest men who ever lived. I swear he is. No lie, no exaggeration.
Complains a lot.
Oh, you have no idea.
Huh. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna have
Let's
to.
put he would start he complained that nobody in the church would help with him, and then he would complain about the people who did help. He
Hmm.
just
That
because
sounds
they weren't
that
doing it right.
sounds self-defeating.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Mm.
I would love to hang on longer, but I actually need to shift back over
Oh
and go to
well.
work for the rest of this afternoon.
Well, take
But
care out there.
hang in there, Ralph. We'll catch you later.
and
Your time.
oh my. If anybody else wants to jump in and chip in and shoot the breeze and shoot the bull and talk, feel free. Cause
Hmm. I just wouldn't know what to chip in myself. I'm rather enjoying the stream.
ah, hello.
I have to log off in a few minutes because I have errands to run, but I will be back.
Pardon.
So
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to belch in the middle of your conversation there. Uh,
doesn't bother me.
uh, better out than in.
Yes. And if I'm not mistaken, what you are drawing next is Julian,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
Better up than down too.
Yeah, the one with the very big forelocks.
Yeah. Check out his forelocks. Oh.
That he just drew it.
Drives all the furry chicks crazy.
Yeah.
I remember I did a comic strip once, and Goblin Hollow. Ben standing there in front in the bathroom, getting ready for a big date, and he's lathered up. He's got the razor, and then he's standing there for a minute. What the heck am I doing?
I remember that one.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. But Lily doesn't shave. Lily doesn't shave her legs. Obviously, she trims them.
There was an Orangina commercial that had a mountain lion shaving, and I was going, "What?"
Gay mountain lion to boot. Gay mountain lions. Oh, roar! Roar even! Everybody cans. Gay people in the audience, get over it.
Looks at audience.
You can take a you know what up the you know where. You can take a joke. Now, just now the entire Zoomer generation, millennials and the Zoomers, they both need to be set down and given us a little lesson. Repeat after me. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never harm me. Learn it! You triggered me!
Get over it.
You know why? You know why guns are better than. You know why guns are better than feminists? A gun only has one trigger.
Oh, that is just nasty.
No, no, I know some nasty jokes, man. Make the dog gag jokes. Don't get me started. Granddaddy was a born again believer when he died, but he wasn't his whole life. So I learned a few things when he wasn't paying attention. I uh, I remember he was visiting one day. He let slip. He said like this thing's about as useful as a windshield wiper on a goat's butt.
Yeah.
It took me a long time. I heard it was like a windshield wiper on a ghost's butt. I'm like, what? And then he repeated himself and he said, "Don't tell your mom I said that." Oh, jeez, I miss him sometimes. It's sad, of my four grandparents, three of them died bedridden. One of my a couple of my aunts died bedridden too. Great aunts died bedridden too. One of my father's sisters died bedridden. It's not a good trend. I get the feeling that if I feel my time's come, I start to feel myself go. I'll probably swan dive out of this bed, crawl across the floor just to die some 5 feet away from it.
Mm.
Just just there's not too many ways that well, how do you want to die? Late. Yeah. Being raised as a Christian, keep your fingers crossed for the rapture. You know.
Mm.
Seriously, and I'm like, I heard about the rapture. I was like, oh well, that's I knew that I knew that I was going to go to heaven after I died. I got saved. I knew I was going to go to heaven after I died. It was nice to think I was going to take a shortcut. and but and there went my train of thought again, right off the tracks. Uh, well, the, I remember seeing this as picture as oh my picture of a hospital admission form, and somebody had been admitted, and they had a list of all the things he was admitted for. He said uh, intoxication, barbiturate overdose, cocaine overdose, and uh, it listed about 4 or 5 different drugs that he had apparently imbibed at the same time. At the bottom it said struck by lightning.
Damn.
I'm like, that had to be one hell of a story. Now there is a party you don't. He partied so hard, God put a stop to it. You know.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, this one's out of hand.
oh my goodness.
You know a guy might be all kind of ornery if he hears thunder and lightning and goes, "Missed me." Uh, uh, but, uh,
Oh, I should probably eat something today.
that'd probably be a good idea. You know what's bad when you're sitting here going, "Do I need to go and take a dump or not?" And you're not sure. Trust me, after a couple of horrible instances, you don't want to make that mistake.
Yeah.
Oh man, one hell of a bad day. I got right about the time that the COVID thing was just starting. I came down with bog standard. I suppose it was flu. It might have been food poisoning. I don't know, but I was lying in bed and and suddenly my gut run before I could get up. I had been I'd been feeling sick and just down under the weather. I had lied down, and it's just horrible. I mean, I have had diarrhea before, but this was beyond Montezuma's revenge. It was like you know, it was like surprise. You no longer have sphincters. Absolutely destroyed entire set of bed sheets and pretty much put paid to the mattress too. I kid you not. And I'm like, they're going to lock me up in a quarantine when this comes out. But holy crap. Well, unholy. Anyway.
Mm,
But
no.
excuse me. Achim. Uh, I heard. I managed to hear. Somebody posted some of the clips from Aladdin from the audio track that had ended up on the cutting room floor originally. Apparently, they just most of that script for most of that movie. Whenever Robin Williams, they just gave him the microphone and said, "Go for it," and he would ad lib. He ad libbed most of it, and and listening to the stuff that they'd cut out, it was just as hilarious. But they'd cut it for time, obviously. And there's one part where he was supposed to be cheering on Aladdin during the big final fight, and the genie's going, come on, come on, Aladdin, come on, Aladdin, turn the other cheek. Now turn the other cheek. No, Beat Cheek said, run for it! I nearly peed myself. He was an unusual man. He was, he was vulgar and crass an awful lot, and uh, he got, had his problem with drugs and booze, and managed to, he managed to get out of that. But then he had, I remember reading that one of the reasons they think he committed suicide is he had just found out he had early onset dementia.
That's man, that's gonna be horrible.
Just a little bit too much for him to bear, I suppose. And well, he was constantly he was a lifeline for a lot of the other Hollywood stars who were going through hard times. He would visit if they lost a family member or a friend, he would be there for them. When Christopher Reeve, uh, he had that accident, left him paralyzed. He was in, Christopher Reeve was in still in the hospital, and Robin Williams came in. He had swiped one of the doctor's scrub sets. He dressed up as one of the doctors. He came in pretending to be a German doctor. He was going to prep him for a proctology exam, for a prostate exam, and he just riffing on stuff. And he said it was the first time. Chris Reeves said later it was the first time he had laughed since the accident, and it was the first time that he felt things are going to be okay. We don't give enough credit to people like that.
Yeah.
Make a what you will. But barefoot. Have to fix that. But, one of the things he did is that in any movie he was performing in, one of the conditions was he would insist that for a lot of the staff work, the scrub work, the simple jobs, he would insist that they go out and hire any homeless people in the area, in the immediate, wherever they were shooting, for scenes and things like that, just to help them out for a day or two,
Yeah.
little things like that. I'd like to believe that the man became a believer at some point, but it's not likely. Which is a heartbreak. to think about. Try not to dwell on it too much. But what happened to people? What happened to the decent people? Hollywood didn't used to be completely full of creepers and asshats. You know, I mean, shoot, some of the actors used to be war heroes. Of course, some and on the flip side, some war heroes became actors. Audie Murphy, one heck of a story, man.
Yeah.
I love the fact that he insisted on leaving a lot of his actual uh, adventures out because he didn't think nobody would believe them, and he didn't want to spend the rest of his life trying to convince people what actually happened. And what they did put in his movie was crazy enough. Holy crap. People used to get involved in real causes, things that mattered.
Now they pretend.
And it's just let me put it this way: this latest My Little Pony movie they came out with, the one that just basically pooped all over everything that Friendship as Magic did.
Hmm.
Uh, okay. Oh golly gee, let's have an important message. Um, Racism is bad. That's all it was. It was another Hollywood Jack Chick tract on racism is bad. And they just did not think anything through. People forget it. Racism doesn't just spontaneously happen. It isn't. We don't. People don't start walking down the street and they look over. You know what? I think I'm going to decide to hate that color of people over there. No particular reason. I just think I'll just hate them and call them subhumans and set fire to things in their yard in a highly symbolic fashion. No, it's not what happens. Uh, Racism, when two tribes meet, there's usually conflict, but more often than not, the two tribes meet and trade starts taking place, and eventually they become one continuous people. It's the reason that we have a 60-minute clock is because a tribe of people that counted by fives met a tribe that counted by 12s and started eating together. That's the remnant of that particular point in history is the 24-hour day and the 60-minute clock. half of history is studying the trade patterns, the way different groups of people would meet, and the changes it would make in their culture. Uh, just passing bread back and forth, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of wars started up, but they didn't just happen. Uh, and a lot of racial strife started up, but there were reasons behind it at first. Most racism is grievances long forgotten, is the way I've put it. Look, the South became so deeply racist because after the Civil War, the North basically beat the South with a stick constantly over the matter. You know, the South had just wanted to leave, but the North came in, dragged them back by the hair, and like like an abusive spouse, and proceeded to thrash them for several decades for being so arrogant as to run off on them. And if you don't think that's the truth, you know, for all the talk about racism, you know, the North didn't really do a thing about slavery until after the South tried to leave. And then their first act was to march in and start killing people. That'll teach them to be more understanding and tolerant. You know, that'll teach them how wrong it is to dehumanize people. Kill them rebels. But not to downplay the evils of slavery in the least. But it's an ironic thing is that generally free black people in the South, uh, in many ways, they were treated better than they were in the North.
Yeah.
Well, it's the simple fact
Yeah.
is that in the South, they were used to white people were used to living around black people. As slaves, yes, but that familiarity still helped when they were dealing with free black citizens. One of the things was black soldiers in the Confederate Army were given the exact same pay as the whites, while in the North, black soldiers were given only a fraction of the pay. Just for an
Yeah.
example.
And here's the irony, really.
Yeah.
The Confederate president said we can either have the Confederacy or we can have slavery. We can't have both.
In fact, they went to other countries. They went to France and England, both, and one of the things the South offered was we'll end slavery unilaterally if you'll come on board and help us. You don't hear about that. They offered to both the British and the French. If you'll help us break away from the North and fight this and win this war, we'll end slavery in the South. You know, poof. Gone. The French said, okay, if the British agree to it, and the British told them to go walk off a plank. Because apparently the British were more interested in holding a grudge than in ending slavery. That's right. All you British folk, kiss my butt. You're not as enlightened. You were not as enlightened as you like to think you were. Now, they had provisions in the Confederate Constitution that if a state wanted to end slavery, it could. For all the talk and the rhetoric in their various declarations and such about how they were going to preserve their peculiar institution, and you have to keep in mind that first of all, up until that point, slavery was a common thing in literally every civilization in the world. So it did not seem like the instant pathological evil that it seems to us now. You didn't have that visceral reaction. It was a matter of controversy, not instinctive response. And furthermore, uh, uh, look at it from the white Southerners' perspective, or even the freed blacks who were living in the South. These people from the North were coming down and stealing their workers away. They had the North and the South had made this agreement. They had made an agreement. Slavery, freedom in the no slavery in the North, slavery permitted in the South, and the North didn't seem to care two ticks about violating it. If you had a state, if you lived in a state where they said you can have fur farms in the South and no fur farming allowed in the North, and every other week people from the North came down and released all your minks and foxes and stuff out into the wilderness when your back was turned, you wouldn't be too happy about it. Whether or not it was above and beyond the issue of whether using animals for fur is right. And because the North was coming down and doing things, well, remember John Brown. You learned about John Brown. To the Northerners, it's this tragic romantic story about this brave white man who tried to help the slaves free themselves with a revolution. To the Southerners, he was a man who came down and tried to start a war, and one that would have cost countless innocent bystanders their lives. You know, if you were a white sharecropper living downhill from the plantation, you wouldn't be too particularly thrilled to hear that his 40 or so slaves were taking up guns and planning on starting an insurrection. In revolutions like that, it's usually the bystanders that get shot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that didn't do too much for their sense of sympathy either. And yeah, you also had a ton of other issues like the tariffs making it impossible for them to trade anywhere. And tax revenue basically flowing south to north. The South was basically a chattel state. And it was very telling that a lot of people that couldn't have cared less about the South becoming its own nation suddenly changed their tune when people started pointing out that all that tax revenue was going to suddenly disappear, and their monopoly in the North on trade in cotton, international trade in cotton and other crops that the South grew, would suddenly go kerpoof. There are a lot of deplorable things about the whole matter. If the South had just been a little bit smarter.
Well, the way they left, they were expecting the North to come and deal with them because they kept the government from
They
being
sent
able.
they sent ambassadors, and Lincoln snubbed them.
Yeah, and on top of that, Lincoln brought in
Lincoln was
two.
a bigot too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, compared to today, but still fairly bigoted. But he's this messiah figure to a lot of people in the African American community because he signed a completely meaningless bill. The Emancipation Proclamation didn't do diddly squat. It only freed slaves. It only proclaimed that the slaves in the South, in the Confederacy, were freed. There were a couple of states in the Union who still had slaves. And as the South had declared itself a different country, it had about as much effect as well as all the testy letters that the UN sends to North Korea. It was a political gesture, and people gobbled it up like a chocolate eclair.
Yeah.
It was a
No,
good thing. It was
well,
a good. It was a
or
good thing that slavery ended. It was a great thing that slavery ended, but it was just the absolute worst way it could have been ended.
yeah,
But I've gotten way off my original point. My original point was that originally the Southerners more or less could live alongside uh, African American people, African Americans and black people, former slaves. They didn't have as many problems. But then the North, the War of Northern Aggression, as they called it, started up. Their country got, the southern states got screwed over yet again, and to top things off, the North, after Lincoln died, the North proceeded to exercise as many harsh punitive measures as they could against the South, which only embittered the South. And who were they going to blame for this? That's right, the African American people, the blacks, the former slaves, whom Lincoln went out of his way to claim were the reason for the war in the first place. And so that bitterness translated into it took root and became the caustic racism that took over the South. The funny thing is that nowadays there are several black people who have said that the most racist treatment they've ever gotten is when they're in the North. Down in the South, not even close. Today they're saying this.
yeah. Hey, a friend of mine who moved down here from New York.
Yeah,
No, no, not New York. New Jersey.
New Jersey.
That friend of mine, mind you.
Yeah.
Uh, he almost got lectured by a white guy on how Trump was racist because he voted for Trump.
That's interesting because Trump dated a black woman. Hello.
Yeah, yeah.
It
And
was also given. He was also given several awards by an award by the NAACP for his contributions to inner city kids. People are assholes.
yeah,
Pardon my language. They want to hate for some reason, so they're going to hate him. Racist, racist, sexist, homophobe, Islamophobe. They might as well just be calling him Duty Head. It's the duty head of the 21st century.
yeah. Ask anyone what the Paris Island Award is nowadays, and they, huh?
The who? I can't. I don't know that. I'll be honest up front. What was the Paris
The
Island Award?
Paris Island Award is the name of the award that Trump was given for employing a
Oh,
majority of minorities.
he,
It wasn't black people; it was also Latin people.
his his architect for he was a I think he was supposed to be the first guy to employ a female architect for one of his buildings.
Mm-hmm.
They want to call him sexist. They want to call him racist. So facts matter less than their feelings, which is nothing new. Good night. Gets old. Having a little trouble here. Technical difficulties. Thank you. There we go. Fishing for lunch here. Let's see. Cold leftover pizza. Yum yum. I'm lying here in bed and I've got these. I've got two walking canes next to me and a grippy claw thing. You know, one of those things they stick with a little robot type grip at the end. Best money I ever spent. Lets me pick up crap from like 6 feet away without having to bend over and risk my back and knees. Just scavenging for a slice of pizza. Yeah. Da-da-da-da. And I put up blackout curtains over my windows, but at the moment there's a gap between two of them, and I can't quite get them to fit together right. Nice little, and the sun's at just the right angle to shine right through them, you know. I love that, don't you? Beam of light shines right in your eye, right across the keyboard, right across the screen. Mine eyes!
I can't see!
Okay. Okay, we got him. How does that look? How's it look?
Well, pretty good.
Yeah, so far so good.
Yeah.
Is something on your mind?
Not at the moment. I'm trying to remember who all else is around. Okay, that's three.
Oh, right. Let me put up, sharing... It was supposed to be gaming. Let me put up, Julian's sister as a reference.
I gotta look up the. I've got a little note here that tells me who all is in this commission. Just gotta pull the note up and find out what it says. Dun 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 I was talking about this earlier. There's this one young woman. I'm tempted to call her a girl. She looks like a teenage girl to me, but she is old. She's already married. She's got a husband, so she's at least in her 20s. Well, and her thing is millennial movie night. Millennial movie night, where she watches for the first time a classic Hollywood movie she's never seen before. Don't know if I was I was talking about that earlier, and her thing is and it is fascinating to listen to her and watch her as she watches one of these old films. And the other night I was watching she's I don't know how she managed it, but she had never seen either The Wizard of Oz or Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I mean, that's darned impressive, you know. Vanishing to go without that, but it was interesting, just how shocked she was at that, at some of some of the events in the movies that we've all seen before, and but I already talked about this. I did. I don't know if I talked about it during the show though. I talked about it a little bit while I was warming everything up and getting everything started. I'm considering redoing some of these old pictures of mine. I'm looking at them right now. Um, let's see. I'm trying
Okay.
to.
I'm going to go grab something to eat because it is 3:35 and have not eaten all day.
Yikes. Stream quality change windows. Just wanted to show you this. One of the desktops I made. This little lady, this little fairy mouse. I think just under 20 years old. My style has definitely changed over the years. This was still when I was still getting learning the ins and outs of drawing proper anatomy. You can see she's unnaturally thin. This one is actually an update of an older picture. Hmm. Commission pick I did for Daniel Meyer and his wife. I have such a fit. I've tried so many different times uh, to draw to create desktops, and every time I create them, I look it up, and they give me a different size. Different height and length and width that they're supposed to be. So I end up with a bunch of pictures that don't quite fit on the computer screen. It's a little exasperating sometimes. I didn't realize until fairly recently that the way this is positioned, it's supposed to be of a bunny rabbit sitting out in the rain watching a thunderstorm roll it. I didn't realize. I didn't realize it looked like the lightning bolt was coming down to strike the top of his umbrella. It's not supposed to be like that. Don't know if I know how to fix a picture like that, though. I'd have to redo it. Bit of pepper went down the wrong tube. BB Bunny in her latest movie role, smoking hot Space Ranger bikini bunnies. Uh, This was back before I took the plunge into more into adult work. I wanted to see Let's see just how close we can get here. Yeah. It's a 90s kind of girl. Chrome everything, gun the size of a bread box. Yeah. All she's lacking is like 20 bandoliers with about 1,000 little pockets. Yes, Rob Liefeld, we still hate you. Now you can see it's all the wrong size. The proportions are off. So, whoops. Yeah. Uh, Quentin Quinn's spaceship, latest spaceship, the Thunderwing. He has a certain trend in naming his ships. What can I say? It's a little bit Star Trek, a little bit stealth fighter. And I just managed to get a little bit of pepper in my eye. Oh, that burns. Oh my. Eating something with peppermint, with pepperoni on it, and then rubbing my eye. It's one of my smarter moves there. Well, for my next trick, I'll poke myself in the cornea. I'm taking a break from drawing for the minute. Flying castles are a neat idea, but I always wanted to push it in a new direction, try and find something unique or novel in the way to do it. You know. So I came up with if you got a castle that defies gravity, defy gravity. So as you can see, the shape of the sword is different. It's got that beveled, uh, curved shape, and neither of the little bauble things on the hilt are there.
Pommels.
Whatever. Pommel is at the other end of the grip.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Well, you
This
can
is
see this
my
again. A problem with cropping. They keep giving me different measurements for what a screensaver, not a screensaver, a desktop is supposed to be, and well, I make the desktop, and it turns out like this, cropped wrong.
Well, I do have to ask. In terms of backgrounds, how did you do most of them?
Which backgrounds?
I think
What
the
do you mean?
one with Quentin Quinn
Oh, the background. Oh, it's just multiple layers, and
and
I
those
can't.
leaves.
Oh, those are actually a brush that I downloaded for my clip art program, my clip studio.
Oh,
Not a clip art program. It's an art program. It's called Clip Studio. That's the that's the program I use
I
to draw
have
my
it.
comics.
I have it.
Hmm. You'd be amazed at the stuff that they have available, just free too. They have ones that you can earn or pay for. I found two or three different ways to draw rain. Some of them are rather clever tricks, which I promptly forget how to do. Not drawn to scale. If it was drawn to scale, she'd be about the size of one of his thumb claws.
Most likely. However, that does not exclude her rather appropriate reaction.
Yeah. Everybody's been shipping Spike and Rarity ever since the show started. It was cute.
Well, can you blame them?
You see what I can do with this bright. Look, the clouds, the bushes in the background, the grass.
Yeah, I can see that.
They're all pen tools. Saves a lot of repetitive work, and very ffun looking too. This is another
That's
commission.
a nice one.
That's
Love
one
the
by
composition.
yeah, the comp. Yeah, that's what you're calling it now, huh? Careful, that's Daniel Meyer and his wife.
Oh.
Yep.
And no, I did not mean the composition in terms of what you were thinking. I mean in terms of artistic composition. Although
I watch it.
Right,
This
yeah.
is how the saying, the pony My Little Pony saying, the brony saying, I watch it for the sitting on your plot.
Oh yeah.
I watch it for the plot, and the meme was it had several different pictures of pony butts.
well, they weren't wrong.
Well, people. She gonna fry his brain.
Oh, you have no idea.
Bow chicka wow how bow. And he's saying,
Look at how he's looking at her.
he's like, oh no, help me. Well, look at the sketch of if you can see the sketch of how they look when they were younger.
Mm-hmm. And he had
She's
no
she's still
interest in her at all.
she's still vamping on. Oh, get away.
She was the one that was
And I can
throwing
only
herself
imagine
to
what's going
him.
on in
He
his
didn't
mind.
really
Why
care.
am I not telling her to go away? And why does she
Telling
smell
her-
nice?
No, you can only imagine what's going on in his mind, but we can imagine what you're imagining. Yeah. And of course, this is one older one. This one I originally drew on paper. You can tell by the roughness of the lines in the automobile, but you can see the outline
Huh.
is thicker
I like the grease
in the inner
sketch.
lines.
It's very nice. She is obviously an actual mechanic. It's very nice.
All of the Pop's Auto girls are.
Mm-hmm.
Pop's thing is that he takes them in and gives them a trade, so that they don't have to rely on you know marrying the right guy
Mm-hmm.
or the wrong guy. I forgot her chin though. Her chin, little line
Oh,
right
well.
there. But
I'd love to see them on the stand talking about. Did you ever see My Cousin Vinny?
nope.
Oh, there's this one marvelous scene where there's this one girl who has she either way that she's actually a mechanic or something like that, and the prosecution doesn't believe her, so he gives her a hypothetical question.
Yeah.
And she says, I can't answer that question. Is that because you're not really a mechanic? He says, no, because it's a bullshit question. And then she demonstrates why it's a bullshit question because the guy was making this stuff up off the top of his head, and she knew exactly what the make and model was, and that they didn't have that on that car at that time, etc. It was a wonderful scene. I'm going to see if I can find that.
Check this is the fractal that the deep scanner revealed in Quentin's sword,
Yeah, that's
based on a fractal dragon.
dragon, right?
Yeah.
It's actually very simple and easy to make, and that's the thing that's amazing about it. It's like you
Yeah.
just take the same thing and repeat it over and over and over and over. and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
The universe has some wonderful, fascinating patterns in it.
That's right. And because it's a clear demonstration of exactly what's going on. A very simple thing, just repeated ad nauseum.
I can remember the first time I saw a fractal pattern, which was the Jurassic Park video game on the Super Nintendo. When you accessed computers, behind
Yeah.
X was a fractal pattern that was being made.
Yep. Well, I haven't seen it, but I'm taking your word for it. This is supposed to be the interior of a biodome, complete with waterfalls and trees, and you're lying on your back looking up at the sky or the glass roof.
Biodome, dude.
No, I've been drawing all these. I've been drawing all these cheesecake girls. I tried to draw a beefcake guy for the girls, and the girls were all like, whatever.
Oh, come on. You're not that bad. You're not bad at it.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm saying. I literally had them ask. I was, hey, ladies, what do you think of this guy? And they answered me, well, meh. Well,
For ornament.
I had a headache this big.
Area.
I think that every time I pull up this drawing. I'm really pleased with how he came out. The original drawing I made when I was at Anthrocon. Just sitting there bored watching between events, just drawing something. And then I brought it home, I scanned it, and then I looked at it and I said, I could do this better with the pen tool. And I inked it over and I re-rendered the robot, and away I went.
That was the Anthrocon that we met, right?
Probably.
If it was the only one that you went to, yeah, it was.
Yeah. the pipes here in his neck and his torso, that's made with the fishnet stocking tool. Hello? You there?
I'm listening.
Yes?
That's what I was saying.
Oh, that's actually very clever.
Yeah. Actually, you can see where I started out drawing it by drawing his claws by hand. I said no way, and I got out the line and sphere tools and started rendering the rest of it. Rendering the rest of it in machine.
It works.
Well,
It's never a problem. It gives it a nice artificial feel to it.
yeah, that was. Roof.
Seriously?
Ben is a lucky man.
Well,
I definitely gotta say, she looks younger and younger whenever I look at images.
It looks like Lily.
it's a
It
little.
is Lily.
Oh, then who's the raccoon?
Just a neighborhood kid going out trick or treating.
Yeah, but
I swear it would have been
But if
wonder
it-
if that was actually
any
a Red
bigger-
Conan in modern day.
Well, if you look at this closely, you can see this is where I'd started having trouble with my line rendering. I don't know whether it's because my hands have gotten shakier, or or the settings on my Wacom tablet were off, or it could be anything. But I just wasn't able to render smooth lines. The lines on her are a bit on the crooked side, jaggy side.
Yeah, you can kind of see that in the tail.
Yeah, it's kind of heartbreaking. But can't see it, but there's little poofs in the snow where he's jumping from place to place. But,
Yeah, I can imagine.
did this with a snowflake tool, which I promptly lost at my next up boot.
BRB, gonna be another call for a bit.
No, you're not.
Oh, hey!
This is actually, it's this is a big spoiler. It's a spoiler. It's Darth Vulcan's where Dodge Vulcan's going to end up.
Yeesh.
On a desktop?
Nice.
I'm sorry.
Big spoilers. He wants
On a
to.
singular planet in.
As he pointed out, he's got a problem here. He's gone to another world. He's gotten magical powers. And now, if he goes home, what next? He could either spend the rest of his life trying to pretend to be normal, pretend that it never happened, and slogging and suffering through life, pretending to be mundane, or he can live with people thinking he's crazy, or he can try and use his powers in the normal world and end up as the target of every government and power-hungry crazy person on the planet. He says, he could try and conquer the planet like some hackneyed villain, but that in a world where people fire off cruise missiles first and ask questions later, not a long survival strategy. And he realizes that you've got Equestria, you've got Earth. There's dozens of other worlds out there on the other side of that purple void, and so he's going to set up shop where he can get to all of them.
Yeah, that's much smarter.
See, the real trick is bringing people back with you.
Mm-hmm.
What?
He doesn't want to go back to Earth, but he would like to have some of the things they have there. Like a good pizza.
That's pretty nice.
Now this little house right here, this little planet right here, with a farm on it. Remember the pony who lost his land to Celestia's tax collectors?
Oh, good. Yeah, I can imagine where it went.
Darth Vulcan promised him that Darth Vulcan and Chrysalis promised him that if he served Darth Vulcan, he would make sure that he kept his land and that nobody would take it from him ever again. He's going to keep that promise. This is all, of course, disproportionately sized. This asteroid is supposed to be closer to the size of a planet, an actual planet, not a oversized boulder, but you can't see it, but there's a stopwatch down here at the bottom that's opened up, and this is projecting all this. I had ideas for a story about a guy who discovers a device, a watch that literally lets him find portals to other worlds. And this diagram is basically a map to the universe.
Dr. Hooves?
Well, to several universes, actually.
Oh!
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
That's okay. We didn't need those speakers anyway, and the smoke is quite decorative. Now, you'll remember in the brain just stopped. The Great Alicorn Hunt. That's the trap that Apple Bloom built for the Draconicus. Again, it's cropped wrong. If it's supposed to back up, it's supposed to be you're looking at a blueprint sitting on a desktop. And this is Izuku from El Arira. Don't know if you... And this one, oh dang, it's another one that's cropped wrong, and it's really frustrating because it's a nice one. It's basically a clockwork sphere with wings.
I thought you were about to say a Clockwork Orange with ponies.
Not everything is ponies, dude. Not everything I've done is ponies, obviously. Some of it's raccoons. And this was a commission from a while ago. Supposed to be a griffin and his baby brother, the hippogriff. Well, younger brother.
Mm.
Pair of inventors like the Flim Flam brothers, only honest. Basically, I crossed it with a blunderbuss, a bagpipe, and uh, an electrical outlet. This is very aggravating because this screen this desktop setting is cropping the pictures so that they uh, can't fix it. So it's and of course this is adorable. Yay!
Very adorbs.
I don't know why I started doing this. I was taking a break, and the next thing I know, and this is another twist I came up with an idea for flying castles. Up above, the rich people. Down below, the poor, or the working class at least.
I really like that idea.
You wouldn't like living in it. No.
Well, naturally, but still, that is an awesome idea.
I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't want to live anywhere where I couldn't touch the ground with my feet.
Yeah.
As long as no magical anomalies happen, we'll be a-okay.
Now this is one of the older pictures I did. I lost this glitter this glitter brush ages ago. Makes me mad. It's really pretty, but as you see, again, a very old picture because you can see how thin she is. I really had trouble getting the idea of more realistic proportions on I want to draw skinny pretty girls and I made them too skinny. I'm going to redo this one. Just to show set up as a progress example someplace. I don't know. Think about it. And of
That's
course,
not a bad idea. A lot of artists do that. They say before and now.
yeah.
Oh, rar.
She's a little bit top heavier than normal. What we have here is the world's happiest little bat. No, you can't hear it, but he's singing, "Oh, sweet mystery of life, at last I found you." Well, actually, it's more like, "Oh, yeah, boobies." And again, the cropping ruins this one. It's Quentin Quinn uh, back on his homeworld,
Oh yeah.
flying his old visiting his homeworld, flying his old favorite open top hover car.
He goes back to find his high school. Turns out it's already been completely renovated. Has a completely different name.
Yeah.
Someone thought the original name was too sensitive, for instance. Oh man, Ralph, I've got to tell you about this. This is messed up on so many levels, and it's in my hometown.
What?
So the school I went to, the high school mascot is the Indians. Nothing in particular, just the Indians. That's cool.
Now they're
And
bent out of shape.
The other school's got the Rebels. Well, recently they changed the Rebels to the Privateers or something like that, but whatever. But the Indians did not change the Indians. No. The Indians kept the Indians, and now they're calling their school the Reservation.
Friggin' perfect.
They called the school. They're calling the school the reservation.
Yes.
I love it. That's great.
That's like calling your school like. Imagine if you had a school mascot was the Jews and they called themselves Aus. Like, it's not necessarily that level, but reservation wasn't exactly somewhere people wanted to go.
Yeah. Do you have any reservations? No, but I came here. Yes, but I came here anyway. It's repeating itself. Wonder Walrus from the Warcrafter. It's starting to repeat itself. You see, that shield was one of the items that I had originally planned. Was going to be one of the things that Quentin recovered. One of the lost artifacts.
Would?
No, the
Which
shield.
would actually be a nice weapon addition.
Yeah, it's supposed to be magically designed so that it reflects everything, all forms of energy. Light, radiation, kinetic energy. Makes a fun bing noise whenever anything bounces off of it. Yeah, this is. Yep, that's. Okay, back to work. Back to work, you heathen!
Get
Yeah.
back to work, you filthy mongrel.
Whee!
I can see forever.
It's not worth seeing.
On a clear day.
She call you the art slave.
There we go. All right. Okay. Now the reason I went to the desktop because I wanted to see who else was in this. Okay, we got Julian, and there's two more at least. There's one
Yes.
human, and
Actually, it was supposed to be Jasper.
Yeah,
one human to be the scale that's taking a gift from Jasper.
Far right is probably Jasper, just from the size, I'm guessing.
Yep.
So yeah, it's supposed to be a human bending down, accepting their purchase.
That's an awful. I made them too large. It's supposed to be a human-sized booth.
Don't worry about it.
I'm thinking it. I'm second guessing myself. Give me a minute.
No.
Actually, it should be a Raikkonen-sized booth just to show how much limited space they take up.
Back.
Yeah, that's fair, actually. Yeah, you need the human to be bigger than the booth.
Yeah.
Make them me-sized.
Oh.
My back is
6
cramping.
feet?
Okay. I tried to lie flat on my back here for a second to stretch my back, and now my back is cramping. Yay! Aye! Oi! Oi! Oh man, cramp. Staying in bed a lot. You
What
will
an
fight.
appropriate season for Krampus.
Krampus.
Europeans are screwed up.
You're not wrong.
There is a game. I don't know what it's called, but it's a Christmas game where they they soak raisins in brandy, put them on a plate, light them on fire, and you're supposed to snatch them out of the flames with your bare hands.
I'm stupid enough to do it.
It's a fun game invented for people who hate children. Then there's the a-hole move they do. It's a tradition in at least one British town where on Christmas night the mayor goes up to the top floor of the town hall, and he takes pennies that have been heated up in a fire, and throws them by the scoopful out on the pavement below for children to pick up.
What the hell?
Yes, my question exactly. And then you have the lovely tradition of Krampus. The demon.
Look,
That
Krampus is the answer for the kids who can't be bribed. Okay.
Yeah. In other words, it's known as just basically horrible. Just typical Roman Catholic traditional horribleness, where
You met Santa Carrot. Now meet Santa Stick.
the demon that follows Santa around uh, and carries the switches and coal and reindeer poop, and if the children are especially bad, he snatches them up, stuffs them in a bag, and carries them off to throw them in hell.
I'm more familiar with Krampus from Scandinavia, not Catholicism.
Yeah, that's that's the common tradition. Of course, Krampus is also they've done a couple of versions. There's a couple of different versions, but Krampus is as a demon that Saint Nicholas bound to his service. Yeah. Apparently, this demon was causing troubles. He shows up. Nicholas shows up, beats the crap out of him, and makes him a slave.
I'm pretty sure that's got nothing to do with Saint Nicholas, though.
Yes, that is. That is the story.
Like the Saint Nicholas who was giving women gifts.
Yes.
Bound the demon.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay, if I were to be able to ask,
that's what Krampus was.
There are a couple.
Of course, you have several different versions. It's Europe. It's multiple countries, just jammed together into one room, pretending to have a common history. But there several different versions of it. Heck, there's one country they don't have Santa Claus. They have the Winter Wizard and his daughter. Another country doesn't have Santa Claus visit. It's literally it's a team of 12 dwarves. The lore around Christmas in Europe is intriguingly diverse. Let's say. Oh my. Stretched out my back here. Just had just one of the joints of my arm pop. Oh, I needed that. I'm just lying here on my back with my head head on my pillow, just talking to y'all. Hi. Let's see.
So it actually gets worse.
Yeah, there are all sorts of horrible, borderline child abuse traditions from the holidays in Europe.
So it turns out that Krampus is actually older than Santa.
Surprise!
Really?
Yeah,
actually older than Christianity's presence in Europe.
Surprise! Yeah, of course. That's how most of the Christmas tradition started. Christmas, the Mass of Christ. The Catholic Church created the holiday to basically sort of slurp up all the traditional practices around the time of the equinox.
No, I'm sure they had like fir trees in Bethlehem.
Is that yeah? But you and if we were really celebrating the birth of Christ, we'd celebrate it in spring, because that's when the lambing starts. And one of the things we know about shepherds in the East is they do not let their flocks roam around at night. normally, unless it's lambing season, because it gives them room for the ewes to lie down and give birth.
But Ralph, freezing to death is so much fun.
What was that? What's so much fun?
Freezing to death.
Oh my! I really need to fix something to eat here. I am surrounded by junk food. I'm not joking here. Order those. Get those. What it is I go to the kitchen. I bring something. I say, oh, this would be tasty, and I bring it back with me into the living room. And the next thing I know, I've got a box here and a box there. And, just for the heck of it, I ordered a box of what's called, basically Turkish candies. Well, Turkish snacks, rather. They like little cookies and crackers and things. And it's sort of a sampler set. It's interesting. Uh, I'm not about to turn on the camera to show you, though. Sorry. I got issues with that thing. And tried a couple of them. Very interesting stuff. Most of it's just stuff you'd find on any regular shelf. But interesting to see here. They've got a coffee cavalry snowball. It's a chocolate cake with marshmallow filling, and well, actually, it's a coffee flavored cake. And for certain, they got this. I don't know what these things are supposed to be. There's some sort of pretzel stick, but considering they have red hot chili peppers on the packaging, I think I'll give those a pass. A couple of little different candy bars, cookie bars, things like that. This is how I experience the world. I can't travel anymore. Never, I'm really not able to travel. So,
You live vicariously through exotic foods.
pretty much try an unusual taste. If I want to see something from another country, I can look it up online. If I want to listen to it, I can go to a music website or watch a video on
YouTube.
YouTube. But it's the taste that just opens up your borders a little bit. You know what I'm saying? They seem to be big on macadamias for some reason. I don't know. Maybe they have macadamia. Are macadamia trees native to Turkey? I do not know. Let's see. May have to expand the picture a little bit. Make room for the human on the side. Change canvas size. I love these tools. Okay. There we go. Anybody seen any interesting fan fictions lately? Any interesting stories?
Oh,
I've been.
Ori and the Outlander was interesting,
What's
but Ori and the Outlander.
Ori? I know Ori and the Blind Forest. I know they came up with a sequel to that game. Uh,
It it Ralph. It's a horrible day for rain. So
it's depressing.
in part, yeah, part is more a melancholic Uh, bittersweet ending. Bittersweet is what I'll say.
Ori die. You're holding out on me, so I'm going to
Yes.
say yes. Ori dies.
Or he dies.
Uh, okay, dear original creator, screw you. So,
It sounds harsh, but I'm in agreement.
don't tell me, he has to die because he's some sort of living tree seed or something, and and he has to, so that the life cycle can continue. Blah 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 blah. Right? Just
Yep. He becomes a tree.
I was just guessing, just firing into the wind here.
You nailed it spot on. So
What a shit ending.
yeah.
What the hell's wrong with people?
They don't get enough news.
They don't get enough news?
Yeah, that's what I said. If you want to be depressed, turn on the news.
Yeah. Man, it's just. I was, it's disturbing how many anime are bleak and nihilistic and depressing, and it's just holy crap. Neo Genesis Evangelion is not particularly unusual.
No, it's not. Ghost in Shell does a very good job on actually handling philosophical takes about nihilism and existentialism without going bleak.
Here's my take on them. Here's my take on nihilism and existentialism. Screw them both.
My pastor said. If there is no God, be as nihilistic as you want. If there is a God, then behave. That's the only reason.
The problem is when God is a nihilist.
Yeah. The only reason to behave is if there is a God. If this life is all there is, be as nihilistic you want. You want those shoes? Put cap on them and take the shoes.
Yeah, people have pointed this out for years. You're pointing out something that everybody's been saying for years, and you try and say that, and atheists in particular, they'll jump up and they will get so torqued out of shape. You're saying that I'm an amoral monster. I'm saying no. I'm saying your philosophy gives you no foundation for your morals. They don't get the difference. They don't want to get the difference. They would rather be offended than dwell on what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And oh my. But anyway, just getting back to the point is no, nobody needed that to happen to Ori. Nobody needed that. Nobody wanted that. Why did you do it? Because you're dumb.
I know an anime you might actually enjoy, especially with regards to the downer ending not happening.
I read that the guys that worked on Evangelion, they're the ones that went on and made Fooly Cooly.
What the heck?
Look it up.
I know what
it's full blown gonzo, bizarre, strange, weird, hilarious.
No, I know what Fooly Cooly is. I just didn't know that they were the same creators.
Well, they were so depressed after working on Neo Evangelion that they just, we got to do something to cheer ourselves up, and they did that.
Wow.
And apparently, you have to be a real anime maniac to get half the jokes. That scene where she flies in riding a guitar, wearing a bunny rabbit hat costume for some reason. That was apparently a reference to a very famous poster for a very big anime convention at the time. Like, oh wow, cultural reference. Yeah, thank you. I get the joke now. You know.
I mean, you have to be some kind of manic in order to create a universe where brainless kid has a portal in his head that summons robots.
Yeah. It was completely. And you're sitting there going, "What the hell was this? What is? A robot just popped out of his head. What the? Just and what did that have to do with the guitar? And okay, and I love how the kid at the beginning and the end of the series is like nothing ever happens in this town. Kid, seriously?
You want to say that? Rethink your statement there.
Shift your
After all these-
paradigms, boy.
Oh man.
What the heck? Well, of course, I had that problem with some of the other stories I've seen in anime. It takes you. It took me a couple of viewings to figure out some of them. Cause what the heck? Like Kiki's Delivery Service. Kiki's Delivery Service. She's supposed to be a witch, and the only magic she can do is fly on a broom and talk to
What?
cat. The only magic Kiki's Delivery Service. The only magic she can do, apparently, at the time of the movie starts, is fly her broom and talk to her cat. That's it. And so she starts a delivery service. And about midway through the movie, for no apparent reason whatsoever, she starts losing her powers. It gets harder and harder for her to get her broom fly, and then at the end of the movie, there's a her friend who is flying an experimental balloon, a blimp actually, crashes into a building, and in order to save him, she grabs a broom and manages to start flying again. And it was like that was the most disjointed and plot-free movie I've ever seen in my life. And I had to sit down and it took somebody else pointing it out. Is that the point was is that uh, what happened to Kiki was about what happens to a creative type, uh, an artist, a writer, a musician, where what she started out doing, what she started out doing for the love of doing it, as she went on, and it became drudgery, and it lost its magic, and it became harder and harder to do.
Lost its
And
magic.
it was about her refinding her passion. And I'm saying to her, and I'm reading this, I'm like, oh yeah, I get it now. I relate. I can understand this. And oh, ow, 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 like cramp. Oh yeah, that'll wake you up in the morning. Stretch. Oh my.
Coworker had some cramps this morning. She said she felt like dying. I told her she wasn't allowed to die in the clock. I had to schedule in advance 2 weeks.
That's horrible.
Then I told her she needed 2 signatures, one from the supervisor, one from the store manager. Then I told her to say the Walmart chant, one best way, 3 times.
But you can come. You call in with like, okay, I was in a traffic accident. I'm in the hospital. I lost my leg. But you can come in, right? Yes. I'm attending my own funeral. But you can still come in today, right? Yeah. I can't believe you're doing this to me.
Yeah, I like to throw it back in their face. There was a manager who asked me to do her a personal favor. And I said, sure, I'll take a bottle of whiskey, the cash equivalent. And she said, well, I can't compensate you extra other than the overtime. Like, it's not a personal favor, is it? If you can't compensate me, that's not a personal favor. That's a professional favor. And it's not one I'm going to get back or anything except for some 1.5 times pay.
Oh, you rocking.
Bear in mind, this was after I had already worked full 8.5 hours.
Somebody was a
And I
little
do the work of
cranky,
6
was
people.
they?
Yeah, she was a little cranky. I told her no. She's not used to that. There's one of the managers who used to going up to somebody saying, "Hey, can I get a personal favor?" And they just say, "Sure, what's up?" And I say, "Maybe," or "Nope, busy, working."
Man, you're making me remember it. Back when I was still working for the product sampling company, you know those people at those little booths at Sam's Club and Walmart who hand out little things
Yeah.
on toothpicks. That was us, and we're a separate company. We were a separate company hired by Walmart and Sam's Club and these other places to hand out samples and stuff to people in the store. And uh, well, let's just say that the people at Walmart were not exactly going out of their way to help. Okay, first of all, you gotta understand that we were not allowed to clock in early. We were not allowed to start work early off the clock either. These were regulations, and we got in big trouble if we did.
Yeah, corporate ethics makes sense.
And if we arrived, well, I didn't care about not having to start early, but the thing of it is that when we arrived, they would not have anything set up for us. They were supposed to, they were supposed to set aside the food and other things that we were supposed to hand out as samples. And there were times we would come in. First of all, okay, you would have to traipse all over the store to find whatever it is they had stashed away. And sometimes we'd go in there and there wouldn't be any of the product left. Nothing for us to hand out. And crap like that, and we'd have to go back into the storeroom, hunt around, try and find one that hadn't been put out on the shelves yet, and surprise, surprise, it would take us the better part of a half an hour if we hustled and if we were fast and if we were lucky. It would take us a better part of a half hour to get all the stuff together, prepare it, and set up our little booth and start the day. And sometimes it would take upwards of an hour just to set everything up because, again, the Walmart they couldn't be arsed
Let's see if I
to
got this right. You go in, you got to go get your booth. It's somewhere in the back. They might have moved it overnight. Hopefully nobody spilled anything on it. You got to clean it up. You got to go get the product. The product isn't where it's supposed to be. You go find it on another shelf, but it's empty anyway. You go to the back room to look for it. They say they got it then in a location in the back, but none of it's there. So they're actually just completely out of the product until somebody haphazardly finds one stashed away in the back behind something else where it shouldn't have been in the first place.
yeah.
Then you start setting up an hour and a half late. And then you got to actually plug in the microwave, which makes you crawl on the floor. It's reached a super little plug in the bottom of a little refrigerated bunker, and then that outlet doesn't work. So you got to move your entire freaking booth all the way down to the other side and try that outlet.
And that's just the start of it. Uh, and people, we were constantly getting, China, you're not getting set up fast enough. You're not getting set up fast enough. And I'm like, what the frack you want us to do? They would give us stuff that we were supposed to, food that we had to cook and set up, and we were supposed to be ready. We were supposed to be instantly ready the moment we arrived, and yet we weren't supposed to have anything prepared ahead of time. And what the hell?
Yeah, I always gave them blowback. I never worked for them, but the guys who actually did that stuff, I vouched for them every time.
But anyway, I came in one day and they had us. Oh, I forget what it was. It was some sort of. It was. It was honey glazed ham. We were supposed to hand out samples of honey glazed ham that we had to cook in our little oven right there at at our little booth. And of course, the usual rigmarole, running around, getting everything together, getting it out on the floor and starting up, and then I had to cook the damn stuff, and and that took another 20, 25 just to get it here, pre-cooked stuff, but it was still ice cold, and I had to heat it up and cook it up and get it all ready. Had the samples out, and the thing of it is, we had we had food handling regs to answer to,
Yeah, they had
and
to
we,
cook at a
we
certain temperature for a certain amount of time.
certain temperature, a certain amount of time, and once that time clock had passed, we were to throw it out and and start a new batch. Well, that time passed, and I still had a ton of the meat, and I started throwing. And this one female manager, oh, I have so many other things I'd like to call her, came out of nowhere, she'd already given me you know grief. She'd already given me grief over the fact that it had taken me so long to set up. You got me cooking a Thanksgiving dinner here, woman. You in the middle of your store. What do you want? I didn't say that, but you know, at the time I was just too flustered to, come on, I hated the fact that I could never seem to get set up fast enough, and I was constantly, these other people can get set up, and I didn't realize that I wasn't the only one having the trouble. And anyway, I got set up and I got it all out, and she gave me, what, how you say it, blowback.
I always give them blowback. I do not take their crap. I know exactly how the little games work.
Well, anyway, she gave me grief, and about that, and then I looked, I managed to get it all set up and everything, and there was a slow day. Nobody was coming by. So few people were sampling, and finally the time passed. And, it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous how little time we were supposed to keep this stuff. Anyway, I mean, you're talking. Well, of course, you're talking to a bachelor. I'll eat a pizza off the floor for the next morning, but I looked at the clock and it said time to throw the meat away, and I'm going to throw the meat away. And she saw me apparently, and she came marching out there and started ranting around about me throwing her store's meat away. And I tried to tell, but ma'am, I've got my company has given me regulations, and and you got this food. I don't care about
Yeah, that's when you have somebody's name memorized ahead of time, and you tell them, hey, I'm going to go ahead and call Mark Simmons with the ethics board. We're going to make sure this is all kosher. We have the regulations here. We're just going to make sure that us violating it for the sake of your store's money.
And it's that kind of news is a little late for me. I'm not exactly in the job market anymore, and I haven't worked with that company in years. But
No,
but
that's
yeah,
true.
but yeah, and I tried to explain. I got a little irritated at her. But I'm telling you, don't you know you run a store with a bakery and a deli? Don't you know that these safety regulations? And she
And that's why I don't eat from the deli.
and she turns around and well, I'm calling your boss, and I'm telling you, calling your boss, and you going bitch. And I'm in no mood to be polite or considerate of it, anymore. But she called him out, and they, I felt the backdraft because they called me up. We've got problems. We're going to be moving you to another store from now on. And I went from working at Walmart to working at Sam's Club. And it turns out the Sam's Club, we had our own little kitchen area, a whole for fixing the food, and and a place for storing the carts and everything. I mean, they set up for us. They were prepped for us, and it was still a struggle to get set up sometimes, but there were more of us working there. We all worked together, and it went somewhat better. And I'm sad that my physical condition eventually, got to the point where I couldn't do the job anymore. I couldn't stand behind a booth for 4, 6, 8 hours. Couldn't do it.
Real question there is, why the hell do you have to stand? I've never understood that.
Neither do they. The people that make these regulations are people that work for the company yet have never done any of the actual work. They've never had to stand in a booth all day long. They've never had to do any of that crap. And they're out there
Well,
in
once they have, but they're so boring that they've never struggled with it.
I'm serious. They've these people that that make all these decisions, make all these corporate rules. None of them have come within 1,000 miles of where we work.
Yeah. Oh man.
Much less done the actual work themselves, and they're coming up with all these clever sounding ideas that cause all sorts of catastrophe. There's another channel on YouTube, gallery of unintended consequences. They'll list an example of some decision that some company or corporation or politician or whatever made. It's a brilliant idea, easy to implement, and with no possible bad downside. What could possibly go wrong? And then they proceed to tell you what went wrong. And too many of these decisions are made by people who do not have to deal with the consequences, and who have never, and for that matter, have never dealt with the issue personally themselves either. So they don't know what they're doing. And once they've done it, they'll be damned before they change it. Who are you to question me? I'm the CEO of this company. I'm the executive, of BS. I blah 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 blah. We try and tell them this is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. What are you doing? What is a bad idea? Like at Big Lots. I worked at Big Lots. You know Big Lots.
Oh.
And I worked in the furniture department of Big Lots. Now, first of all, Big Lots started out as a budget, surplus store, and how did they get in furniture in the first place? But they had a furniture department, and I worked in that department, and reached a point again where I couldn't keep up the pace. But my condition's been downhill for a long time, in case you haven't guessed. But somebody's, somebody's pampered nephew in the corporate board had the brilliant idea of to upscale the Big Lot store. Move it into a more upper scale, lots of money to spend market. Because, the general people that shop at Big Lots are people who are already poor or low income or what have you, and who are looking to save a buck any place they can. And so this guy got the brilliant idea: we need to upscale. Pull in more high quality, high money people as customers. And so what they did is they started buying wholesale lots of antiques. I am not kidding you, actual antiques. And they wanted more for a coffee table than some of these prices were unbefrickin' products that were 10, 20 times what the stuff we normally carried went for.
No, I remember hearing about this. Big Lots is actually in some of the management leadership courses on what to not do. They also suspect that was part of actually just a really big freaking scam. So when Big Lots was going out of business, they had to liquidate all those antiques. But instead of being able to sell them for even what fraction they bought them at, they had to sell them
mercy, yeah.
Because it was liquidation.
Okay,
so
yes.
Somebody got access to a buttload of cheap antiques.
Yep. And it dumped them on us, and we couldn't get rid of them, even selling them off at these incredibly reduced prices. People were coming in, and our regular customers are looking at these things, and they say, "Oh, this is a cute little candelabra or whatever." And oh, this is a cute little candle holder. Well, how much is it? And they turn around and look at the price, and you could almost see the blood drain out of their face. We had one woman. She picked it up. She asked, "How much is this?" And we told her, and she laughed. You kidding
I mean,
me?
that's the appropriate reaction.
And no, we would get the stuff, and it would sit there and sit there and sit there and sit there and sit there, blocking the entrance to the furniture department, no less. And eventually, we would have to mark it down to 90% off just to get it out the door. And even then, it wasn't selling that well. It was ridiculous. And yet, who in the 19 shades of pan-fried Chinese hell uh, thought it was a brilliant idea to take a retail store whose entire market was to the working poor and try to upsell it?
I'm telling you, the guy who was actually buying all the stuff you were liquidating because then he could sell it for actual value on the private market. Like, there's a word for that, but I cannot remember what it is. It's where you get a company to do something incredibly stupid, you get a bunch of assets it doesn't need, can't profit from, and then it tries to get rid of it by any means necessary. And it's actually one of the big reasons a lot of companies these days, instead of simply selling, they will actually intentionally destroy their product so that in the future nobody tries to use them for that same thing again.
Yeah, that's a crying shame too, of the waste.
Nope.
So many, every company. You got bookstores that they can't sell. Instead of just reducing the price, they take it out. They'll. It used to be that the bookstores they would tear the covers off and throw the rest of the book away, so that they could send the covers in for credit with the publishers. But uh, every company I worked for just had this thing, just wasteful. Because
Yeah,
they
why?
get there'd be some regulation put them in a catch-22 situation where it was unavoidable. Like oh shoot, the Krispy Kreme donut store I worked at, we would throw away trash barrels full of donuts.
No, that's depressing.
Yeah, oh, you have no idea. The day olds, we made so many, and we always had too many. But if we didn't have too many, we would run short and not have enough. It was crazy. And anyway, I would take the day olds and take them home. Or better yet, on Sunday night, or rather, Saturday night, I would bag up as many of these clean donuts as I could, and take them with me to church on Sunday morning. And there were times I'd ride my little moped in there, and I would have literally a dozen boxes of donuts, bungee corded to the back of my bike, and and they would use them. The idea was that people would use them for the coffee get-togethers and so on and so forth. And the children absolutely loved me. They thought I was the greatest thing ever. Because here I come every Sunday with boxes and boxes of cream-filled, chocolate-covered, sprinkle-covered donuts of every imaginable flavor. Kids were taking home entire boxes. Afterwards, kids would be taking home entire boxes of their own things. I remember one little girl. It was so sad, really. Well, she went home. She took a box of donuts home with my permission, and come to find out, when she had arrived,
Ralph?
yeah. And I'm sorry, I lost focus there for a second. But well, anyway, this little girl, she took a couple bites. She literally uh, went home and ate her way through the entire box and was so sick. It turned out what it was is that
Oh no.
it turned out what it was is that she had, she felt she had to, because she had like 7 or 8 brothers and sisters, and anytime they got anything at that house, uh, it didn't matter who had it in their hands. School of piranha, and she would end up with nothing. I felt so sorry for her because she thought she probably thought she had found paradise. Discovered Shangri-La, the land of donut.
Discovered the sugar coma.
Yeah. And I hope I hope things went better for her later on. Yes, I hope her parents learned to teach her kids not to act like a bunch of greedy monkeys. But yeah, those days, those days. Anyway,
Right. Oh.
You know, Ralph, you're not familiar with Animal Crossing at all, are you?
I know about it. I've never played it.
You know anything about Tom Nook?
Tom Nook. The name sounds familiar, but I don't know anything about it.
Animal Crossing.
I know it's from Animal Crossing, but I don't know anything about
Fill
it.
him in, Greg.
Neither do I, but I know it's from Animal Crossing.
Well, that's
Tom
the
Nook's
thing.
a raccoon, isn't he?
I
Yes.
can go on about Tom Nook if you would like. May I, Swords?
What?
Oh, absolutely. I'm just imagining the raccoon interacting with him and beating the crap out of him.
Yeah, well, think of it like this. Picture somebody that puts you on a trip to a luxurious island, all expenses paid, and offers you a lovely discount on a house on the sea. And when you take up the offer, do you know what price he puts on it?
Why do you sound like a carnival barker?
Well, what? Well, tell us.
$100,000 for the house, which you don't have on you right now.
That's easy.
However, he does offer you a an installment plan. All you have to do is just go around the island, do a couple of chores, relax, earn up some money, and
you spend the
pay
rest of
off
the
that debt.
And you spend the rest of the game busting your hump for a thieving raccoon.
Who keeps offering you house expansions on top of it for higher prices.
Yeah, not theft, it's usury.
On the good side, there is absolutely no interest on his loan. Plus, that you can pay what you want when you want, and there are no late fees, no insurance, or no interest. So, at least in New Horizon, it's a pretty fair deal.
Yeah, basically, it is the game's way of gating progression off in the form of loans. So
Okay, but he charged you for the house you had to build.
yeah, there's that. The house didn't come pre-built. You had to build it.
So he's not even selling you a house, he's selling you land.
Yes.
For the price of a house that you have to build.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. That's like... Ralph, who would be the equivalent of that in Questiverse?
The first raccoon that Quentin had to deal with in terms of a
Merchant
sword
Max.
Yes.
Yep.
That's like cranked to 11, though.
As Merchant Max, the thing is that he can convince anybody that anything is you know, anything he has is a miracle product. But
He did give Quentin some really great advice before he left.
excuse me, dozing off
Geez.
again. It's been a long day. Starting to. I had hoped to get more done. I'm tuckering out. I'll just sit here with my eyes closed for a little bit, rest a little bit, try and recuperate my energy.
Hey, you got a lot done.
And here we have Jasper. Yay! Yeah, Jasper.
He's so cute.
Ah, woo! Ah, woo! My name's Jasper. I like that.
Oh.
Oh, what?
I was just adjusting for a second. I was thinking of Sears' first interaction with Jasper.
Sears?
Oh, not SEAR,
SEIR.
SEIR.
Yeah, the one that Jasper just had the big argument with Renalia about.
Yeah.
I thought that was a great scene. You've never seen Jasper get angry, and man, he was hot.
He. Yeah.
And once you hear why he was hot, you understood completely why he would be hot. Because he was basically being told you shouldn't have talked to that woman when she made it very clear that she wasn't a hunter.
Yeah, but
Yeah. Well, there's a problem with that.
I know. I'm not blaming Renalia. I'm just doing things from Jasper's point of view, okay?
Renalia is getting a fast reputation as the nagging housewife.
Oh, she's fine.
Well, no, really. Look, you got to wonder a little bit about Renalia's motivations. Think about it. Her brother goes off on his own. She follows her brother, who's supposedly a grown man,
Uh-huh.
entirely out of the country, and across who knows how many hundreds of miles of terrain, in an experimental wagon, just so she can nag and mother and henpeck him even more.
Yeah.
She henpecks the guy she traveled with. She henpecks Julian, and now she's henpecking Jasper, who is still a kid.
Jasper's not going to put up with it.
At least with Jasper, she got some pushback.
Oh yeah.
Somebody got
the whole story. She didn't have the whole story, so once
somebody got to look at her and go, "Will you back off, you old bat?"
Yes, pretty much.
Get off my back, woman! I can't.
You hate Renalia.
I can't help picturing the I can't help picturing the Rakonan that drove her out there. Get off my back, woman! I'm driving.
That would be Ulrich.
Yeah, Ulrich.
But
that would be Ulrich.
Or does he have a more Germanic? Much better cutting, picking hands on its splits and sparkins. No blinking, no pushing their buttons or watching their blinking lights. Achung! Yeah.
That's the machine in his Nick filled the king of Pocono mitten glabbing. Anyway.
Well, your accent is better than mine. It's.
Well, my father spoke. My father had me learn German.
Well, there you go.
I never really spoke it very well, but I did get the accent down.
To be entirely fair to Julian.
Horgen Schmurzen!
Let's be fair to Julian. Good idea.
To be entirely fair to Julian, though I have not seen a lot of henpecking on Ulrich lately. So not to
Yeah, but
excuse
Ulrich has
henpecking,
been
This is true.
involved for the
to
whole
excuse the
time.
henpecking of Julian, but
This
I've not seen a lot of henpecking on Ulrich, which though is probably more because Ulrich has been in the castle,
He scares the crap out of her.
which is honestly probably more of a safe haven for him.
Seriously. Uh, I'm still torqued about Monfang's character Wolfwig.
Hmm.
Okay, look, okay. Say
No,
what you let me have my say here. My channel, doggone it. But look, okay. I had already established in the comic years ago that the Universalist Church was one of the major antagonists, if not one of the outright villain factories in the setting. And quite frankly, I don't apologize for that. Uh, you know, two words: Spanish Inquisition. Kiss my ass. So
yeah,
I'm sorry, I do not apologize for that. And quite frankly, I've spoken up in defense of the Catholic Church on certain points, namely that they were not the major instigators of the Crusades. The Crusades were a military defensive action against an invasion by Muslims. So, again, kiss my infidel ass,
I
But
not to
anyway,
be a historical pedant, but the Spanish Inquisition was called the Spanish Inquisition because it was the Spanish government that was the major instigator of it.
yeah, but still, the Catholics, they were all groovy with it, So pardon me, but I'm sorry. The Catholic Church spent thousands. The Catholic Church spent 1,000 years basically making life incredibly unpleasant for millions of people. So step off. You'll pardon me. They used to set my people on fire. I'm holding a grudge over that, if you don't mind. So
French background here. So yeah.
anyway, moving along. But the point was is that I had already, regardless of whether you thought you being bigoted against the Catholic Church, and it just I don't care. But suck it up, Buttercup. But I had established that the Universalist Church was, the bad guys, and that they were doing bad things, among other things, crusades, inquisitions, just hunting the Raconans down, labeling them as witches and demons and what all else they could think of. The little downside, they're a marvelous religion except for the whole killing people thing. But and here he comes. He comes in, and his character is Wolfwig, uh, the terribly misunderstood Nazi. Basically. I mean, he was an inquisitor for the Universalist Church, and that is like walking. And he walks into a Raconan inn. That's like just dressing up in a Nazi uniform, painting a little black mustache under your nose, and goose stepping into into a Jewish deli. Come on, give me a break. And what got me is that everybody was just
Was it only Gregor who showed any kind of suspicion of him?
obviously I was at the helm to role play Quentin, and he was obviously suspicious, but nobody
Yeah.
but nobody else was, and everybody else seemed torqued out of shape at Quentin. And pardon me, but Quentin, he had he basically run all the way to back to the
Jasper was really scared by him. That's all.
Jasper wasn't. Jasper was acting like he was scared of Quentin.
Yes,
And
he was because he was yelling.
yeah, but the thing of it is that
Perspective here.
Quentin. Yeah, but Jasper had watched people like this Inquisitor. You know, he thought they had killed his parents. I'd have,
True.
of all the people in the room, the guy who is angry and yelling at the Nazi would be the one he wouldn't be afraid of. He'd be hiding behind him.
If I remember correctly, the guy didn't have any weapons, though, did he?
He did. He had a rapier.
Okay, then I played it wrong.
He had a sword. He had a sword. He had the church's symbol around it. I forget all the symbol. Well, basically, he came in wearing the uniform, and hello, I'm a Raconan killer. Let's be friends.
And that's part of the reason why I created "quote unquote" Sarah.
It was the secret agent posing as an inquisitor.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm sorry. It just got all over me. Maybe maybe that's shallow of me, but it aggravated me for the same reason that it aggravates me when people start talking about, like in World of Warcraft, they start talking about, the orcs and the humans, or the humans are no better than the orcs. I'm like, the orcs eat people. Well, the orcs are these poor barbarian people, and they're struggling and they're having hardships. The orcs eat people. And why are you picking on the undead? Why are you picking on the Forsaken? They're a hard struggling people, and they just broke away from their feet. The undead eat people, and they spread plagues. What is wrong with you? I'm sorry. They try to. I'm gonna take a chocolate break here. Just give me a second.
Okay, who was going to say something?
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, they're spreading the holiday cheer.
Yay! That was the holiday cheer.
Right.
Well, they're certainly cheerful about
Ugh. Well, if I may, from my perspective, I was scared that your personal biases were bleeding too much into Quentin.
Well,
there's a reason for that.
I don't apologize for that either. Look, I based his entire people basically off the struggles among other things, that the Jews had in setting up the nation of Israel. They were a migrant. The people of Israel, the Jewish people, were scattered around the world. They had no place of their own. They had no home or their homeland. They had been driven out of their homeland, and they finally got back, built it up, and they barely gotten established, and then literally armies from every country around them started to invade. The 7-Day War, the Yom Kippur War, and they fought both of them. They fought these enemies, these that had them grossly outnumbered, to a standstill and drove them off. And ever since then, they have been treated like the antagonists.
Well.
Yeah, but anyway, the same story with
Right.
What a surprise! The characters I write as the viewpoint protagonists have my biases. What a shocker!
So does I mean, we cannot make stories where such a outline is not present in our own interpretations of your work.
Well, if you write a story where you know, where the character, where the main characters are Rakonen, who is both a villain and a thinly veiled uh, uh, caricature of Donald Trump, I might be a little upset, just to give you an idea here.
I don't think anyone is
Well,
going
you
to
get
make
my
a Donald
point.
Trump anytime soon.
Well, you get my point. Is that my values, my beliefs, my stand on social issues and political issues and religious issues has been broadcast quite loudly and clearly and is quite self-evident. And if I took, people get torqued out of shape at me because I write a story where Snape is, what a surprise, an a-hole, or I write a story where Aizawa from My Hero Academia is not a father figure and a brilliant mentor, but he's kind of a jerk ass teacher, and they get all torqued out of shape because you're writing them out of character. If you took my if you take my characters and if you take my characters and my setting and distort them way out of shape, I'm going to be a little miffed. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
that
not
would
much I can.
be.
There's not really much I can say if you're writing fan fiction that comes to those lines. But doggone it, I'm going to say something.
Well, does that mean we cannot make sympathetic characters in an organization you were trying to prescribe as, well, no, not prescribe. You were trying to make out as
Evil.
wholly evil.
Now, it wasn't the fact that the character was. It wasn't just the fact that the character was sympathetic. It was that it was highly unlikely that people were going to be sympathetic to him. You miss the point. Look, if
Okay.
like I said, if supposing this happened several times. I mean, you got to figure that the people that Schindler helped out, like, were like, holy crap, can we trust this guy?
Well, if I may, I think it was mostly
But
because we were trying to be friendly with the player. Is why.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is that
everyone was asking.
yeah, that's the thing of it is that people have trouble separating the friend being friendly with a player, being with the separating the player from the character.
I mean,
That's that's what I'm saying is that yeah, you were trying he wanted to make Charlie the friendly Charlie the friendly Spanish Inquisitor and bring him into the story when he think about it, he already knew about my stance about the medieval Catholic Church. He already knew that the setting, the characters, that the Universalist Church was the bad guys, or a large group of bad guys, or a source of bad guys. They were okay. They were Germany, and again, to stretch a metaphor, they were if they weren't the Nazi Party, they were at least Germany during World War II. So, and he wanted to come in and play this character anyway, and which character which innately to the setting would have been either hostile or at an extreme social disadvantage from being around people that his bosses regularly persecuted. And that's what you call not reading the room. So, but and that was aggravating in and of itself. Because what I got out of that was this guy didn't want to. Monfang didn't want. What I came across to me is that Monfang didn't want to. I want to join in on this. This sounds fun. He says, I want to join in this, and I want to teach Ralph Hayes a lesson about how nice Catholics really are. And I'm like, that wasn't even an issue. I know, good grief, I've got Catholic friends. I know Catholic people. I've been around Catholic people. I used to have a priest that I chatted up every day of the week at my job. That wasn't the issue.
Ralph, if I may, that's doesn't mean you cannot be biased.
And wait, hold on. Don't pull that one on me. Don't pull that one on me. Where somebody no, don't pull that on me or on anyone. I hate that somebody points out, they're saying you're racist, and I'm saying, but I've got black friends. Well, that doesn't mean you can't be racist.
No.
I'm pointing out how unlikely it is.
Racist.
Yeah, well, it's the same logic and reasoning. Is that you're claiming that I'm biased, regardless of what have I got to do? Got to pull out a few dozen history books? A few thousand letters. Would you like a copy of Fox's Book of Martyrs? Don't start.
I think it was more about the part where you said that Catholics were not brothers and sisters in Christ that kind of got most people really quiet on the topic.
Yeah. Well, I hate to break it with you, but I'm a Baptist, and we are just about as biblically, well, not biblically, doctrinally. Me, I'm spit out word. Me, I'm no big word. Doctrinally, you could not find anybody who was more doctrinally separate from the Catholic Church. If you dug with a backhoe, so no, the things that the Catholic Church teaches, they're anathema to the things that any Protestant denomination believes and passes on. So just because they call themselves brothers doesn't make them your brother. They're good, there are a lot of good people out there who follow the Catholic Church or are members of the Catholic Church or even work at a Catholic Church, but that doesn't make them the same faith. They differ radically on. They differ radically on every distinctive.
Hold on, Ralph.
George was. There are people out there. They call themselves there are churches out there that call themselves Baptist churches. Don't come close to the distinctives of the Baptist church. They don't even come within a 1,000 country miles of it.
Right.
Just because you call yourself a Baptist don't make sitting your ass down in a garage doesn't make you a car. Well. So but no. If I'm sorry, this is the stance we take. Guess what? This is my stance on how you don't like that stance. There are going to be people that disagree with you all the time that say things that you don't like. Does that make you part your hair on the other side of your head? Does it change? Does that change whether the sun comes up in the morning for you? If my opinion wrecks your whole little world, maybe you ought to check how stable it is.
I think I would know how unstable my.
Well, you get my point. No, I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying if my beliefs, if my stance, if my stance on my faith just wrecks your little world, again, sticks may break my bones, but words will never harm me. The point of having discussion is the point of discussion is not for everybody to agree. The point of discussion is to bring out things we disagree about. to argue that to
Aside from
argue
the
back
number
and
of
forth
times
to
you're
try and
baptized and the
to
existence of purgatory, can you please name two distinctions between the Catholic faith and the Baptist faith?
well, for one thing, the Baptist Church does not teach purgatory. We don't believe in it, and we say that there is no evidence in the Scripture about purgatory. This and
Like I said, aside
second
from
of
the
all,
existence
they
of
say
purgatory and the number of times you get baptized.
no. We have only there's only one baptism, the baptism of believers. Baptism of believers only. That means somebody who has made a profession of faith is somebody who's supposed to be not baptism of children. Not sprinkling either. Baptism. The word baptism means to immerse. I have no idea what the word for sprinkling is, but it's not baptize. So that's baptism of believers only. Uh, we used to have what do you call it when every letter in a word means a different thing? But anyway, baptism of believers only. Priesthood of believers. There's one intermediator between man and God. That man, Christ Jesus. They have the Pope. They have priests. They have nuns. I have no idea what your nun to priest rankage. I don't know. I'm not Catholic. I don't know. But what is the nun to priest ratio of authority? Do 20 nuns outrank a priest? They'd probably scare the hell out of him. They have rulers, man. Run! But okay, that was stupid. But let's see, baptism. I'll get to the end of this sentence eventually. Baptism of believers only, priesthood of the believers that we can go straight to Jesus Christ. We do not need to go to a priest or to the Pope. The authority of the Scriptures, the sainthood of the believers, is that when the Bible refers to saint, it refers to the entire body of Christ, not a select few. That I forget what the T's are. Salvation by grace alone. Persistence of the saints is another way. It means that once you have accepted Christ as your Savior, it is a lifetime establishment because we are adopted in the name of Christ, and that Christ promised that He would, in anyone that came in unto Him, He would in no wise cast out. And praying to saints, that's another distinction. We don't know. There's only one person we pray to, and that is God Himself, in the form of Jesus Christ. Excuse me. And oh crap, just give me a minute. I am a terrible example of a Christian and of a Baptist, but I do know the doctrine. And no, the beliefs of the church, the fact uh, that they prop up picture, that they prop up the names of Jesus and Mary and Joseph and the apostles and all that, that doesn't automatically make them kin to my own. Just because somebody walks in the room and calls themselves, hey, well, there are thousands of people out there who have the last name Hayes, but they're not my family. Same distinctive is what I'm going for here. And I'm sorry if that offends, but we're put on this world to never be offended. If anything, I think we were put here just so God could see what could tick us off. Let's wind this one up and see how far he goes. You can't tell me God. You can't tell me God doesn't troll us. I quit. I can't believe I can't believe evolutionists and I can't believe atheists still hold on to their beliefs after some of the things I have seen. Okay, okay. The frog they just discovered in the Amazon It's a species of, they call them glass frogs because they're sort of translucent. You can see through them a little bit. Hold them up to the light, you can see their internal organs. But this one looks exactly like Kermit the Frog. You've seen the pictures. I showed you the pictures. You want to see the pictures again? I want to see the pictures again. Let's see here. And oh, that's not what hold on. There is a frog. They found it fairly recently, as like 2 or 3 years ago. They're like, sweet merciful crap. I mean, even the shade of green. All he's lacking is a little frilly frog collar. Look at this. Look at this. Change windows. Oh, great. Now it's going to sit here and look at me. Okay, here we go. That! Holy crap. And that sucker, and the sucker has been sitting out there in the jungles waiting.
Dang! You're not lying.
Holy crap. Hi ho! The only thing that could have made it freakier is if they came out into the woods and the first thing they heard wasn't needed. It was hi ho!
That'd be hilarious.
Can you imagine being can you imagine being okay, we're throwing the rest of the drink overboard, guys. This is too much. Right there. Out. You got here. The first guy that ran into a parrot had a hell of a day. Just, you're a pretty bird. Pretty bird. What the frack? But this sticks the cake. Okay, that you think okay, it was bad. Okay, this was free enough. But check this out. Okay, we're about to go R-rated here.
I remember this one.
Yep.
Oh, good grief.
It's actually a legless salamander. They found it in the Amazon. It's real.
I swear God must be a troll to make something like that exist.
Yes! You get my point. Holy crap, Can you imagine being the poor bastard that discovered this thing? Can you imagine me?
Probably flamboyant and had some ulterior motives for when they found it.
Oh, shush. But can you imagine the poor researcher, the poor zoologist? He's gone down into the jungle on a river trip looking for a new specimen. He comes across and he's on the phone. Can you just hear him on the phone? No, sir, it's not a Photoshop. No, sir, no, we're not drinking, sir. It is please stop. Please tell the ladies in the secretary pool to stop the lawsuit. This is not. No, sir. I swear, no. Wilson did not get the camera again. No, I promise you, sir. This is real. Look, we have live footage of the thing. Okay. What do you mean you want a sample? You want a specimen? I'm not picking it up. You come out here and pick it up yourself. No, you. Yes.
If there's any
no, we didn't bring any interns to this. What the heck?
Oh God.
I wanted to say, if there's any proof that God is a troll, ask him for patience. He will send you someone that infuriates you.
There you have it. Okay, there you have it. Well, welcome to proof that God exists, proof that he has. God in heaven, he's God in heaven leaning up against a cloud, looking down at the world. Ain't Gabriel standing next to him on one side, Michael on the other. Wait for it, guys.
I mean,
They're going to find wait for it. They're halfway up the river now. They're going to see it any minute. This is going to be great. Yeah. That guy's career's going down the drain. Just holy crap! I mean, just absolutely horrifying. Just nature. Okay, God, why? Okay, this is why. Just, how would you, that would be a showstopper at an evolution debate. Well, we believe it's perfectly natural, and we don't believe that there is actually a divine creator responsible for it. Oh well, take a look at this. Say hello to Mr. Friendly. Oh my God.
Well, the evolutionists are gonna have a field day trying to explain that.
What terrifies me is that there's probably out there something that looks like a talking vagina. I don't know. It just no.
Let's not get into
Okay,
that
no,
yet.
we're leaving. We're gone. I'm terrified of what they're going to find on that river. Down in that river next. That poor guy probably seriously. Can you imagine living with that on your record, on your you know? How would you like to be in the encyclopedia next to that? Discovered by this guy covering his face. Just oh man. But anyway, okay, we've beaten that joke. Oh man, alive. That just ain't right. You'll know it's Jewish.
Oh, come on.
Okay. Another proof. Hail, mighty warrior.
Hail, mighty warrior. What you talking?
Gabriel, the guy who was hiding from one of the races. I can't remember what.
Oh yeah, you're thinking of Gideon.
Yes, Gideon. Hail, mighty warrior, as he's hiding from the enemy.
Why does that qualify as a proof of anything? What is it a proof of?
God being a troll.
Well, he did turn out to be a mighty warrior.
He did.
Well, you think about it. Well, let's be fair here. Okay, let's consider first of all, he was harvesting. He was harvesting his grain. The fact that he was harvesting it at all was an act of incredible courage because the standard practice among these particular enemies of Israel was to wait until the farmers were done harvesting the crop, come in, kill the farmer, rape his wife, and take all the grain he had so conveniently packed up for them. If he was out there threshing grain, if he was out there threshing grain, he had a sword nearby.
Okay, I did not know that. All I knew was that Gideon was hiding at that particular moment.
Well, that's because he was what? That wasn't because he was a coward. That was because he wasn't stupid. Think about it.
But Ralph, unfair fights are immoral.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine this? He's out there with a threshing stick in his hand, beating the grain into ready, for the mill. So he said, "Come and get it!"
Nunchucks.
Yeah. Yeah, against a 6-foot spear, no. But yeah. Anyway, anyhow, you get my point.
Yes.
But I may have come across I may have come on a bit. I may have come on strong, but I don't apologize for coming on. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not inclined to. Dealt too many times with people uh, of every aspect, come out thinking that if they bulldoze me and they buffalo me, that makes them right. I've dealt with too many people coming on strong against me, so I'm not going to apologize for not soft soaping things. People don't like being told that gee, having doctrinal differences might not might make you have having doctrinal differences matters, but it matters. It does. There are too many people out there. They don't want. They consider. Look, I am terrible at living the life that the Bible described. And living with the things the Bible said. But I acknowledge that what the Bible says is true, and that that what the Bible says is the final authority. And there are too many people out there that consider what they feel at the moment to be of more importance, or what they wish for, or whatever compromise will make everybody get along nicer for the moment.
But that's the thing I never understood. Even my family believes that you don't explicitly need the book itself to believe in God or what he believes. The book itself is simply a means to be able to help teach others how to be good people.
Well, what your family believes isn't what is. I can, I let me put it this way: I don't need a list of instructions uh, to repair a car, or or how to drive one. But if I want to drive it and come out in one piece, I'd be pretty smart to learn the rules, wouldn't I?
You can't compare a Bible to a list of instructions.
Look, God went to an incredible amount of God went to an incredible amount of difficulty to make sure that you had one, and you're treating it like a light suggestion.
That's
the word
thing.
Bible literally means book. Like
Actually, the word Bible means collection of books.
But that's the thing. I don't know if the later books are just different interpretations of what the original source material was, or misinterpretations of how.
You're very good at questioning something that you don't know about. Well, if you want to know if it's it's a matter of learning it, reading it, studying it, speaking to Christians who have already read it and studied and want to share with it. You rejected the Bible out of hand before you even read it.
Trust me. The thing.
Yeah, you don't need the Bible to believe in God, but believing in God, that's even the devils believe in God.
That's
and they
thing.
tremble.
I grew up mostly with Christian cartoons.
Yeah, well, a Christian cartoon isn't the Bible. You have to learn what the Bible actually says, and you have to reach a point where you either decide where you accept it as what it says is true, and you have to decide whether you believe it's true, whether you're going to accept it, and whether you're going to obey it. And part of that is reaching a point where you accept what the Bible says about Jesus' message, about what Jesus did, and whether you accept Jesus Christ as your Savior, as the Bible said we needed to, because he went to the trouble of being born, living and being sacrificed on the cross for our sins. And then he rose again to prove, to seal the deal and prove that he did what he said. And he said anybody who would believe that and would come to him, turn to him for salvation from their sins, he would save and claim as one of his children. It's a matter you believe it or you don't. You accept it or you don't. You act on it or you don't. And yeah, you don't need the Bible to believe in God, but if you want to know what he had to say, you might have to crack it open and take a look.
Honestly, I
It's
couldn't
like
even
it's
stay
like
awake
God.
during
It's basic.
sermons back when I
It's
was
basic.
7.
Yeah, it was basic. Like God handed you the instruction book for life itself, and you had somebody come up behind you. Oh, you don't need that. Who are you going to believe?
You know what? If that's the case, then it sounds like I'm not gonna have a good argument on this either way.
Yeah, the old joke. The fat. After you've tried everything else, try following the instructions.
He left the thing. He left the.
I'm not surprised. It's something that upsets everyone. There are things about the gospel that don't particularly make me all that thrilled, but I accept them as true. And it's a constant source of grief for me that I am so poor at obeying and following it. Being online is one of the things that well, look at the mess I've made of my life fairly recently. Falling into
Okay.
particular sins I'm not happy about, and that
Stupid
I'm still
question.
struggling with. So,
Bible means collection of books. Then what is a library?
a really big collection.
Okay.
Well, you asked, and I gave you an answer. Probably not the right one, but gave you one. So,
I mean, I don't know what different. Wait a second. Library is from Latin. Bible from Greek. Never mind.
there you have it. Greek and Hebrew. There you go.
I really don't understand the academic obsession with Greek crap.
Well,
Like, there were some good philosophers.
the New Testament was written in Greek.
Sure, but
So
there
yeah,
were also a lot of
that's
Greek pedophiles.
well, you got to understand that. You ever heard the phrase "lost in translation"?
Well, yeah.
Uh, there are many. The King James Bible is just about the best translation of the original Greek and Hebrew texts. But there are still certain nuances of passages in the Bible that you only get from the original language. Uh, for instance, the fact that the Greeks use three different words for love. Well, actually, use more than that. They use let's see. There's storge for love of country, phileo for brotherly love, eros for romantic and erotic love, agape, and I forget which is which. Agape is divine, God's divine love, and agapao is showing God's love through oneself to others. So subtle nuances that the English language does not fully encompass, or that you have to a single word that or rather a single word that provides multiple meanings or requires several words in English to say. I'm trying to think of another example, but the one about love is the most commonly referenced one. Uh, Hmm. There are some words. Uh, this is the reason that a lot of people are head up over the NIV, the New International Version, or the NKJV, because the scholars that made those translations went back and re-examined the texts, and they're sprinkling a handful of words scattered throughout the Bible that got changed in the new translation, and people got up in arms over it because they were convinced these scholars were trying to alter the message of the Bible. Now there are some translations. I believe the NASB or there are a couple of books that are just outright butcherings of the gospel and of the original texts and of the texts that have been handed down, but the New King James Version and the NIV, the people that worked on it were hewed as close to the actual language as was humanly possible. And well, for instance, there are some there are some passages, some passages I'm trying to think where the word virgin is retranslated as young woman or young maiden, and people got bent out of shape of that because they're trying to deny the virginity of Mary, and that wasn't the case. The virgin birth of Christ can still be preached from the NIV or the NKJV. It's just that those particular verses changed in how they were phrased, and they're also ignoring the fact that in that time and place, a young maiden was a virgin. They had other words for young women that weren't virgins, and but anyway, uh, they go back and examine the gospel in the original language wherever they can, and in as many of the old texts as they can find uh, for that particular reason, because well, there are a lot of things that get lost in translating to another language. Uh, you see that problem with things that are translated from English to Japanese and back. Uh, uh, Lost my train of thought again. Darn it. Now, I'm thinking, but nothing's happening. The wheel's turning, but the hamster's dead. Doggone it. Where was it? Oh well. For instance, there are a lot of stories in the Bible that we do not get because we did not speak the original language, and and we do not come from that particular time or that era. We don't understand. We don't know the culture of that time as well as we ought to. And the thing about women shaving their heads, you have to understand at that time, the church, the gospel in question was a letter to a church elsewhere in the Roman Empire, and that particular church in that area, uh, the pagan goddess of love had temples there, and the priestesses, uh, well, they were basically prostitutes. And one of the things they did to to show their status as priestesses of this goddess of lust was that they wore close cropped hair. And for another woman to go around with her head uncovered and her hair trimmed short, basically she was wearing the uniform of a prostitute. Just a trifle, imagine walking in and finding the deacon's wife wearing a crop top, wearing a belly, a crop top belly shirt and and a leather mini skirt and fishnet stockings. You'd probably back out the door before it closed. But this is basically what those women were doing. This is why they got so upset and wrote about it in the passages. But people, people didn't know the cult. People who have read the Bible since then, this is 2,000 years later, uh, had no idea the full. They didn't know the full story. Basically, the knowledge that the writers at the time took for granted. They took for granted that people would know what they were talking about. This is why historical research is kind of important to Bible study too. You for instance, the story I told you about, where Jesus told them, "Render unto Caesar," and held up that coin. The full story is that okay, first of all, they were trying to entrap him. They were in the temple, and at that time there were Roman guards stationed around the outer area of the temple, waiting for any kind of trouble. And they were trying to get him to say something that would start a riot. Because you didn't need to be a theologian or a scholar to figure out that the Roman Empire was looting people blind and calling it taxes. So when they asked Jesus, is it lawful to pay taxes to the Roman Empire? They were trying to trick him into saying something that would get him, that would either start a riot or get him marched off to prison by the Roman guards standing there. So when Jesus replied, what he first did, he held up a coin. He asked one of them if they had a particular coin. They gave it to him, and he held up. Well, that particular coin in question, the one that showed Caesar's head, at that time, the only coin like that was a particular coin that Caesar had minted himself to commemorate his quote unquote ascension to godhood. One side had his face on it, the other side had an inscription in Roman, proclaiming his godhood. It was a tiny little pocket-sized piece of blasphemy. And for a Jew to be carrying it around was scandalous in and of itself, much less bringing it to a holy place like the temple. But Jesus was tactful enough not to say anything about it at the moment, but he didn't have to. He held it up, and they all knew what it was. What's more is that Caesar gave these coins out to friends of his, so to speak. People of power and
Political
influence.
influencers.
Yep. And he was pointing out, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God. He was being oblique. He was being very carefully oblique. It was clear what he was saying is that render to Caesar's the things that are Caesar's. But Caesar was claiming, he was also stating without saying a word, that Caesar was laying claim to things that were not his. Most definitely not his. But he said it in a way that went right over the Roman guards' heads. The part about turn the other cheek. When somebody strikes you on the cheek, turn to him the other. That wasn't just a sign of humility. When somebody struck you, if they struck you, it depended on whether they struck you with their palm or with the back of their hand, uh, as to what the response was, as to if you struck somebody. Uh, uh, Now I may be getting them reversed, but if, as I remember it, if you struck them with the back of your hand, you did that. You did that to a inferior, to somebody of lower caste. Also, they didn't do anything with the left hand. It was always with the right. That's a thing that goes way back. Way even before the Muslims came up with their rules. You didn't use your left hand at all if you could help it for anything. You handled everything with your right hand because the left hand was it was for more unclean purposes such as wiping oneself. But by turning the cheek, they couldn't use their left hand. So if they turned their cheek to you, you struck them across the right cheek with your right hand. If they turned their head to you, you had the choice of either coming back and striking them in a way that indicated that no, it was the palm for the inferior, the back of the hand for an equal you were challenging to a duel. So, but if you struck them in the face and they turned your head to, the only way you could strike them again would be to strike them with the back of your hand, which would have been a declaration of a duel, and would have gotten it would also have proclaimed them that proclaimed to the world around that you saw them as someone of equal status. So it was a very subtle way of not uh, to turn your other cheek was to not escalate things, but it openly declared that you will have to regard me as an equal if you want to engage me any further. And the thing about if they ask you to go a mile with you, go with them twain. That wasn't about being generous. Back at that time, the Roman centurions, the Roman soldiers, could demand that any civilian carry their packs and their luggage for a mile. It was a privilege of the Roman guards, and they usually did it. They did it to the Jews all the time as a way to demean and humiliate them. But the law also stated that they could only go a mile, and you couldn't make them go a single step further. If the Roman soldier in question did make them go further, he was in all sorts of trouble. So by going a second entire mile, you not only demonstrated that you were more than able to handle the load, but that you were going to you basically put them over a barrel, because all you'd have to do is turn around and tell the centurion, the centurion officer, that you had been made to go more than a mile. Carrying this man, you had gone more than a mile carrying this man's burden, and that soldier would be in hot water. Jesus was not a pacifist, but he did seem to have a certain passive aggressive streak. But all these things, these
Yeah,
are
that doesn't really get into the modern interpretation.
yeah. Well, the problem is that the modern interpretation isn't the interpretation of what was actually being said. That's why we study the thing, and that's why we research history so that we have context for many of the things that are said in there.
Sure, but I've been to many churches services, and I think you might have a better understanding it than a lot of other people do.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part. What'd you say?
I said I think you might have a better grasp on this than a lot of people.
Well, I might, for all you know, I might be making this all up. Check up on me. Do a little background research. But the whole point is that these things, the things that, well, it's just accumulation of man's, accumulation of tradition, folklore, and so on, and cultural differences over the passing of 2,000 years, which is nothing to sneeze at. Which is why it's another reason to stick to the gospel, because man's opinions change over time. God doesn't. And more often than not, I need to get down on my face in front of him. But this is a long discussion. It all boils down to people get all people in the role playing section got all torqued out of shape because first of all because I had Quentin act like a dangerous person was dangerous, and second of all because in my out of character I'd stated that I do not regard the Catholic Church as brothers in Christ because their beliefs are completely askew with the ones I hold to. And I believe that the Bible, that I believe that my faith is in accordance with what the Bible says. And I also believe that one of the things is that I believe is that the Bible, not a pope uh, sitting thousands of miles away in the Vatican, is the final authority. The Bible, not him. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, biblically speaking, the Pope is no authority because we're not supposed to have any mediator between us and God, but Jesus Christ. Because nobody else is worthy of the role. You'll have to excuse the noise in the background. I had to turn the heater on. It's down to about 65 degrees in here, and it's getting colder.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, well, how about that? All right. It's down to 50 degrees outside, 49, and it's dark, and its temperature's dropping fast. Okay, back to this drawing that I'm supposed to be working on. And let's see here. Who is this supposed to be standing here? Let's see here. Who is this guy?
I'm
Be a
random human, I
bystander,
think.
or we could have someone like Gregor.
Okay, we got Hugh, Reuben, Esther. Got Hugh. Right. You people are terrible for that joke. Your joke is bad, and you should feel
I
bad.
made it up.
Shame on you.
That book is no worse than his original name of Robin.
Well, Reuben.
Runs from shadows.
Reuben.
Yeah.
It's actually it's supposed to be a little more the gnomish is supposed to be a little more complicated than Ubba Dubba. I forget what I would have to go hunting for it, and I'm not in the mood. So, but
I am not going to be typing all that in on my phone.
Suchi has to watch it. Well, I'd have to look up the page Hunter. The page where they call Quentin Hunter of Shadows for for a sample, and they don't go hubba tubba shabba shabba dabos. It's talking like that kid on Fat Albert. Heavy Fat Albert. Fiber Albert, man. My lower lip is completely numb. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Okay, Renalia. We got Julian. Okay, Renalia is supposed to be in there.
Yeah, very much so.
Okay. Bottles of hair tied, blah 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 blah. I've got the intro. Okay. Okay. Okay, I gotta find a pic. Okay, where to put the picture? I don't know. Game.
Gaming,
Stream chat. Stream chat. Man, that girl have a huge hair day.
Yeah, very much so. Not to mention she thick.
Okay, goggles.
Yeah.
I love those. I love the ears, man. Can you hear me now?
What can I say? I like big ears.
He likes big ears and he cannot lie.
That's not going today.
No one gonna ask you why. Because I think it's really, we can hear you all the way down the street. Hey, I don't know. It's just not going anywhere with that one. Let's see. I'll have to be careful. She'll end up looking like, oh, well, not with that hair. Not with that hair. Okay, goggles, dark hair fur. Okay, well, I'll worry about the colors later. It's goggles, huge hair.
Page in question is now on.
She's Tina Turner. We don't need another hero. No. Okay. Yeah. Yes, I went there. And now I'm back. I don't know.
Do you think Tina Turner ever turned Tina?
Yeah. I don't know. Back in 1994, she was arrested at the Mexican border for smuggling an entire Mexican family across, hiding in her bouffant.
Well, that was generous, I guess.
Yes. I went there. Don't know where I went. What was it?
Well, I got some chores around the house I got to do, so I'm going to have to bow out.
You will, dude.
Don't worry, we'll keep updated. We'll keep you updated, and we'll make up gossip about you and laugh cruelly behind your back.
And have fun doing that. As long as it's really.
He's ugly and his mother dresses him funny.
Well, she did. Later.
And that comes out nice. Yeah, I love how these how this brush setting makes those lovely eyelashes. Mm-hmm. Oh, they're simply fashionable. You ever wonder why gay people started talking like that? You gotta wonder. What does that particular sexual activity have to do with talking like this all the time? I know of nothing that they do. I know of nothing that would give they. I have known.
Roman Centurion
I
was
know
gay as
nothing.
hell, and they didn't talk like that for damn sure.
Yeah, you got gay people that talk like flaming gays that talk like that, and it's like I know nothing that they do in their lifestyle that could possibly result in a permanent lisp. Possibly walking funny, but a lisp, no. Yes, I said it, but
Uh-huh.
I do it because it's fun. Oh, hey, girl. Oh, hey, fellas. Oh, my goodness gracious. But seriously, it took me a long time to realize that Richard Simmons was gay. I just thought he was goofy.
Yep.
Not that goofy.
Sorry, I have to say it.
There's a terrible Mickey Mouse joke with that one.
Yes, I know. He says, but I don't see why you think that Minnie is crazy. I didn't say she was crazy. I said she was.
Yeah.
I don't even.
There
have
are
to say the
there
rest
are
of it.
children listening in. Mental children, but yes. Uh, if there are children listening in, I've done something wrong.
Pardon me.
The problem with these stylized drawings of the Rakona girl wearing the goggles. There's no way those goggles would fit over those huge honking eyes. They'd be wearing them like contact lenses. Ah, these hurt so much. The goggles, they do nothing. Ah ha ha ha. No, seriously, they don't do anything. All they do is cover the middle of my eye.
Well, isn't the way you drew most of the goggles in your pages?
Yep.
Wait.
I just went with that joke because it was funny.
Okay.
This is me. This is how messed up I am. Going from spending an hour talking about the gospel to talking about butt sex a second later. It's the New Testament and butt sex. There we go. Now just to quote what was his name? Sam. Oh! That guy. Would you believe he used to be a preacher before he became he was a preacher, but I'm not sure that he was actually. I don't know, because. Well, I'll be honest. There's a lot of people out there that get into being preachers and so on and so forth, and have nothing to do with their own beliefs or faith or the gospel or anything. They do it because it's an easy income. It's a scam. That's where snake oil salesmen traveled the country. Preach a little gospel, sell a little doctor good. To quote Cher, it was a real thing. I think Sam Kinison was of that particular category of ministry man.
Preach a little gospel, sell a couple bottles of Dr. Good.
Exactly.
Gypsies, tramps, and thieves.
The funny thing is that snake oil, the original snake oil did actually have medicinal properties. It was a recipe, it was a formula from China. The thing of it is that the particular the ingredients included a particular type of snake, or rather the fat, the fat from the body of the snake, and that particular snake doesn't live in North America. So when Chinese immigrants came over, brought the rest of they would substitute things like rattlesnake, for example, and it wasn't the same at all, and it didn't work nearly as well, if at all. So that's where the reputation for snake oil being phony medicine came from. That's how it started. Of course, they found an easy way to sell the stuff was to pack it full of a few extra ingredients like whiskey. I'm sure, Doc, it's a miracle. I would have said pickled. Thank you. I like that face. Do you see the face here? The face.
Yeah, I see the face. It's adorable.
That came out so well. You know. There's some days when the pen, just right. You couldn't have done it on purpose to save your life, but there it is. I suppose a part of art has always been about, ad-libbing, taking where the brush and the paint fall and making it work. You know what I mean? Know what I mean? Know what I mean, Vern? It's me. Hey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Give me another look at it. Oh, seriously huge hair day.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep saying that every time I see it. No, Tiger Mark, is Tiger Mark watching this? Is Tiger Mark in the channel? No, Tiger Mark is not in the channel. Hey, try and talk him in. No, it's no, Tiger Mark. It's not Lakota Sioux. It has more to do. It's closer to the porcine Latin tribes.
He summoned him. He is here.
Well.
The Lakota Sioux. Yeah. No, not the Lakota Sioux. More like the Piggy Sioux in Latin. Yes. I forget what the language is called. Let me see here. How did it? Oh, I can't read this. The idea behind language is that you broke up every syllable and inserted between the syllables, based on depending on what the syllable started with. For instance, if it started with a T, well, you can see it for yourself. see if I can read it. Huchi washucho I think the best frame on that picture is we're standing there gaping, just gawking at them as they bounce around him.
All saying "Opa." I thought it was
Opa! Near the glassware, crash.
It's not Lakota Sioux.
It's
a type of
no, it's not Lakota Sioux. It's Latin Sioux.
Yeah. And if you stare at it long enough, you can translate it. Thy brave act has saved us and returned the strength to our legs.
Well, I've got to change the. Nobody else sees this page I'm talking about. It's a page where Quentin. Well, fuck. Where's just? No. Well, the live stream sees. It's the well, actually, the tape is. It's still.
Well, I would hope so. I still see you just did Renalia's face, and I also see the mouse moving from time to time.
Okay. Nothing, man. I just. Okay. Well, the artwork here is long. Let's just put it this way. This show is being recorded. This live stream is being recorded, and I'm going to be putting it up on YouTube later, assuming that I can get it to work right. And I'm going to put it on YouTube later. And right now, the setup is sort of cobbled together. I've got one program recording live stream, another, and what you guys see and what the OBS program sees things, unless I jump around and coordinate.
So you mean to say this video is viewed by a live audience at Discord.com?
Yes.
Basically.
This show is being recorded before a barely live studio audience.
I know I butchered it, but I so wanted to say that.
I'm starting. I have to wonder what sort of subculture that these siblings came from, where they pompadour their hair up like this. They were born in the small town of Theades.
Probably somewhere near Hellifite, if I had to guess.
No, you miss it.
Their father is from Hellifite.
Yeah. And they were born in, I repeat, the joke, the 80s.
Basically.
It was a joke. That was a joke from the show Quantum Leap. There was one where he leaped into the body of a pregnant, unwed pregnant mother, and she had just had to run out the door as she was a hairdresser. And she and she went into labor, and she had to run out the door, and the labor stopped. He comes back to the salon, and the woman that the girl had been tending to had been getting her hair color changed, and because she ran off, the poor woman's hair was now bright purple. And he's trying to cover. Oh, don't worry, ma'am. That style is going to be very big in the 80s. That style is very big in the 80s. And the guy that owns the place looked at, I don't care where the hell the 80s is. She has to live here. What are you doing? So we've just invented a town in Antillia named the 80s. Theates, where everybody wears neon and has huge hairdos.
The rave club called. They want their hairstyles back.
Oh man, when did rave clubs came out? That's long after the 80s that raves became big, wasn't it? I thought the raves were more of a 90s thing.
I don't know. I thought the 90s were all office, according to my dad.
The 90s were what?
All office. Office humor.
I do not know. I'm trying to jump around here. Trying to keep looking back at that picture, just to see, just to see. I just want to see all the mistakes I'm making.
Oh, right, that's because that's cool.
So how's the hair?
Well, from the looks of it, it's looking snazzy. Hmm. Honestly, when I did her hair the way I did, I was trying to make it as,
Poofy? I like your sleeves. They're really poofy.
at the very least, with how it drapes at the tip, if you get what I mean.
That last bit was a Napoleon Dynamite joke. I like your sleeves. They're extra poofy.
I never watched the movie.
Watch it. It's an experience. It became. I remember it came out. It was wildly popular with teenagers for a while. But the people had trouble grasping the point of it. Some people did, and it seemed pretty obvious to me. I think the whole message that came across to me from the movie is that no, the protagonist was, the idea was nobody's cool, nobody's really cool, and that's okay. Because in that movie, it was. They said it was a very good cross section of that part of the country because they asked where his hometowns. They asked where this fictional town was located, and the director said somewhere in the mid 70s. because that part of the country, the seriously, the fashions, the clothes, the architecture, uh, even the stuff people have around here is just like 10, 20 years out, 10, 20 years out of date at least. And well, the whole thing, you know, just a second, gotta get that. Uh, the whole thing was about this kid and the things he did, and everything he did was awkward and goofy and almost cringy at points. But the thing of it is, nobody was hip or cool or trendy or even well spoken. Even the bully. In most of these movies, where the protagonist is awkward and clumsy and such, the villain, the bully villain is always presented as being, you know, uh, cool in some fashion. But the bullies in the movie were as dorky as Napoleon Dynamite was, and his whole movie is the whole the whole thing of the movie was like, look at this guy, he's dorky, he's weird, he's awkward, he's clumsy, and that doesn't stop him, and he doesn't care. And now take a step back and look at all the other people around him. They're just as dorky and weird and goofy too. And I don't know, that struck me as a sort of semi-inspirational sort of message. That don't worry. Even if yeah, yes, don't worry. You think you're goofy. You think you're uncool. Don't worry. Even if you are, neither is anybody else, and that's okay. If anybody out there is watching, tell me what you think. What'd you say?
Feel free to chime in. Some
Come here.
people,
Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo.
oh,
Give me a second to finish this sideburn here. Young lady needs to be told to trim her sideburns. That's sad. But
I don't know. I think cybers are cute. Well, I should know how
yeah,
to do them.
I'm just teasing here. Excuse me. Okay. Gotta draw a human in here. Should I draw one of the people from the end? It was Bo that. I know it. Several, at least two people chipped in on this one. I wanted to, you know, you know, throw me a clue. When I first made that, I thought this thing was going to be packed with everyone.
well,
From
Bo wasn't there. I don't think, was Bo there at the time, or was this? Wait, this was during the festival, right?
Yep.
Then no, Bo was not there. Bo was currently on an airship flying back from the capital.
I believe Gregor's with him too, isn't it?
Yep.
So it's going to have to be random peasant number 27.
Well,
Now remember to step on your mark and remember your lines. You remember that episode of Bugs Bunny where he ends up on Elmer Fudd's hunting show?
No.
Well, there was an episode Bugs Bunny. He falls for the free carrots gag, and they take him to a TV studio. Hunting with Elmer Fudd, and they have him sitting on a stool with an electric, with an electric zapper underneath. They're going to launch him up out of the rabbit hole on cue. Anyway, Elmer Fudd is out there. He's staying there. Welcome, everyone. Now we prepare to hunt the wood. I follow the tracks. I walk to my mark and give the signal. I did not realize until this year that was a joke about Elmer Fudd reading his stage instructions out loud. I didn't realize that. I have literally spent years saying, why would he think that anybody would go out hunting, step to a mark, and give a signal for a rabbit to come out of a hole? And I'm like, wait, you could almost, every time I thought of it, dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. You could hear the Jeopardy music playing in the background. No clue on this part. And it finally dawned on me. I forget what exactly clued me in. I remember it was a book I was reading at the time. One of the scenes had the protagonist in question was an alien. And he had landed on Earth, and somehow he had ended up taking the place of an actor in a TV show. And of course, he didn't know how to do it, and they finally had to show him. They had to put down tape. When you say this line, step to this mark, and I'm like, oh, that's it, Elmer Fudd, you dunce. But of course, I was so dumb. It took me nearly 40 years to figure that joke out. So what can I say? I'm gonna have to work on Hester's face a little bit. She looks a little, I don't know, glassy-eyed. Hello.
I'm back.
I'll go back.
Sometimes his front. Let's see, we have tens of people in the room. No, actually, we haven't even got 10 yet. Me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people.
7.
No, that's the live preview at the top.
Yep.
It's only 6 people.
Yeah, there's already Jasper, Julian, Tiger Mark. That's 7.
Oh, he's right. There is 7.
See, I can count.
I can't see one of the windows must be too high or low for me to see or something. I don't know.
There's you, Swords, Bo, myself, Jasper, Julian, and Tiger Mark.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep.
See, I can count.
How's Satin? We have 7s of people. Oh my.
I think that's critical mass for this server.
Yeah, just about. second. Woo. Woof.
Before you became immobile, Ralph, did you ever have get your hip popped?
Get my what?
Hip popped.
Uh, did I ever get my hip popped? No, I can't
Before
say.
you were completely immobile
Uh-uh. Nope.
then. Okay.
This guy. That's what I gotta take care of here. Just give me a second. Now. I got some stuck in between my teeth here. Looking for my toothbrush. I got my toothbrush right here on my computer desk. He's such a nut geek. No, he's just so immobile. Let's see. It's not like I'm paralyzed or anything. It's just
Paralyzed is one thing. Immobile is another. You can be immobile and not be paralyzed.
bit of gunk that's stuck in my tooth. Don't you just hate that? But
Yeah, it's the worst.
it's the word. I think I could pack in the rest of the people in the channel into this picture. You know, that normally frequent. You know, the rest of the people in the role play. That is. There's certainly room enough.
Good. Yeah. Just a quick glance at the what was it called? Come on, help created. The reference page. You quick look at the reference page, and there's definitely enough people.
Of course, I would have had to make the booth human-sized.
Yeah.
Or shrunk the Raconans, which has been the same. But, yeah.
No, I didn't have a close
Now, the usual Raconan approach isn't to make the usual approach Raconans use isn't to take the normal large things and scale them down. It's they will take the large thing and adapt it to be used by smaller people. Like I described, you've seen the picture of Quentin's office in the Twin Oaks Inn.
Yeah.
How it's divided in half with that walkway around the middle, the equator, middle part. Let me pull it up. Open. Where is it? Fair Twin Peaks documents. Let's see. My stories, my webcomics. Here we go. Let's see here. This is why they don't have any old Raconan houses staying around, because the Raconan houses are indistinguishable from a regular house once they move out. What they do, a typical human room is an enormous, it's a vaulted cathedral.